Trump just announced a $12 billion bailout to American farmers. Yeah, he's using a small portion of the tariff revenue to aid our farmers struggling from Biden-era policies. You just spew those BS talking points, don't you? What do you think you're doing? No, this is objectively a silent admission from the administration that tariffs have failed. Remember, his promise was these tariffs would open up new markets to our farmers with all these new trade deals, but instead they destroyed our old markets. China, for instance, previously the top purchaser of U.S. soybeans, responded to the tariffs by stopping purchases. Well, China has strategically targeted sectors dominated by Trump voters, but in actuality, we were hurting them more than they were hurting us, which is why a deal has just been made with China where they promised to buy 25 million tons of soybeans each year over the next 3 years, which is still below their 2024 level of 27 million tons, but also despite China's exports to the U.S. declining, their overall exports have grown 5.4% this year, passing $1 trillion trade surplus, so it doesn't seem like China's hurting, but we are. You think China isn't subsidizing their key industries? That's all Trump is doing here. Under Biden, we had 40-year high inflation and the highest trade deficit ever. Well, under Trump, January to July, our trade deficit actually increased 23%. Well, a lot of companies were stocking inventory early this year before the tariffs took hold. If you look, though, at August, for instance, the trade deficit is down 24%. Well, because we're decreasing imports, that's for sure. Exports are flat, and I think Trump's battle today is an admission that things are not going exactly as planned. Look, imports are down, but companies are investing trillions of dollars in the U.S. to start building here again. Trump's plan has always been a long-term one to revitalize U.S. manufacturing. And why are manufacturing jobs trending down, but ballots to farmers are trending up? Again, this is a long-term plan. You can't and just open up new markets like that or build new factories like that. Judge the Trump economy at the end of his term or even 10 years from now, not now when he's unwinding a global system that for decades has put foreign workers first over Americans. 10 years from now? All we have is now, bud, and it seems today is an admission of that failure of today. Oh, please. A family member of Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is being deported. Good. Her name is Bruna Ferreira, and she is the mother of Caroline's brother's 11-year-old son, but Caroline claims she hasn't spoken to her in years. Yeah, and according to the prediction market Kalshi, Caroline has one of the lowest odds in the administration of leaving, so she is a favorite of Trump's, and by all means, this feels targeted. Caroline is literally the godmother of Bruna and Michael's son. If anything, this shows no one's above the law, but let's get into the details. Sure, so Bruna came to the United States in 1998 at age 6 to join her parents after being raised by her grandmother in Brazil. Oh yeah, she came on a tourist visa, which she obviously overstayed, which is illegal. Bro, she was 6, which is why she was able to get a work permit in 2012 under DACA, and after growing up in the U.S., she started 2 businesses, a cleaning service, and a Brazilian bikini shop. You said that a little too happy, but DACA just offers temporary protection, and she never became a permanent legal resident, which is why she is now subject to deportation. And that's just cruel, but then you hear about the details about how Bruna and Caroline's brother Michael fell in love at a nightclub, got engaged, and had a baby together, and then they broke up, and since then it's been a rocky relationship where Bruna claims Michael in the past threatened to get her deported, and now his sister certainly has the power to influence that. Bruna's being treated just as anyone else would be, and she's not exactly the model mom. In 2022, Bruna's mom picked up her son without Bruna knowing and returned him to Michael because Bruna left the kid with a strange man in a rundown house with rotten food in the fridge and trash piled up. Okay, there's 2 sides to every story. Bruna claims she left her son with a babysitter at a house she was a caretaker of while she was doing another job interview. She never faced charges for that or anything. Meanwhile, Michael Leavitt is the one who has 2 underage alcohol possession charges, a disorderly conduct charge, and a DUI at 19. Okay, I mean, those were all when he was young. Bruna is the one who, 1, is here illegally, and 2, has a previous arrest for battery. Bro, she never faced charges for that and had the case dismissed. She was 16, and it was over an $8 dispute outside of Dunkin' Donuts. But since this whole debacle started when Bruna was arrested on November 12th on the way to pick up her son from school, the White House has been trying to downplay her relationship with Caroline and paint Bruna as a bad mother with all these nonsense one-sided stories. It's just cruel. They've just been sharing their perspective, and look, Bruna is still in custody under normal removal proceedings. She is being treated like any other person here illegally would be treated. You get your process, but you don't get to make a foolery of our immigration laws. Well, now we have another 11-year-old boy who is an American citizen who is without his mother, who is about to be sent to a country she hasn't been to since she was 6. Oh, are you arguing that we should start making exceptions whenever someone has a sad story? That's not how the law works. I'm sorry, bud. I mean, I just think we're living in such a merciless time where even a Leavitt now may grow up without his mother because of this ruthlessness. No one is above the law, even if you have relations to the press secretary. I think it's the opposite dynamic at play here, Bob.
And that's where we're at with that one, and we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's engagement with the press at his roundtable, and then we're going to get into some news about China because, I mean, well, good news for China. They hit $1 trillion in the trade surplus, and we're going to go over how. And then, of course, we're going to get into a complete media analysis. But all right, guys, let's get right into it. By double tapping that screen, and let's go.
So quickly with tariffs to these countries that are illegally shipping, it's solved. Your problem is solved in one day. That's why we have to win the Supreme Court case. In one day, that problem's solved. It's so unfair. They go out of business. They put everyone out of business. That's what they did to our car. We lost more than 50% of our car industry because of that. We lost our chip industry, went to Taiwan because of that. If you had a president that said, no, you can't do that, it's 100% or 200% tariff on chips if you make them outside of the United, we would have never lost our chip industry. But we're going to have 40 or 50% of it back very shortly because they're all coming in now from Taiwan. They're building chip companies. But it's the same thing with rice. Thank you, darling, very much.
Thank
Really
you.
nice. Well, it'll be good. We'll
Thank you.
get it solved very quickly. We just need the countries. We just give us the names of the countries.
Yeah.
Tariffs
They
again.
own the
It
largest
solves the problem in 2 minutes.
Yeah, they've bought the largest brands at retail too, right? So they have an incentive to subsidize their products so that they can keep it on the
Yeah,
shelf.
who did that?
The Indians own the two largest brands.
All right, I'll take care of it. It's
Thank
very.
I mean, trust me, everybody's acting is pretty much playing with duplicitous trade tactics right now. I mean, even India, well, India's being exposed for actually being the source of where all the fentanyl is coming from because of their very lax pharmaceutical laws. And we're going to get into that.
Easy. So, do you have any questions?
Yes, President Trump.
How about keeping it on farming?
Your team answered
Supposed
all
to
of my questions on
votes.
farming, but I do.
Something. Yeah. Do you have a farm
Mr.
question?
President, in the interest of affordability with this aid package, I assume that that's something you want consumers to see before midterms next year. How quickly will that affect prices at the grocery store?
Well, I think the prices are going to be going down already. I mean, the prices are way down. We brought prices way down from what it was. We inherited high prices. We inherited the biggest inflation in the history of our country.
Yeah, under the 4 years under Biden, prices went up over 20% across the board, except for in healthcare. And that 20% price increase did not go anywhere, and we're still dealing with it today.
That means prices going up. And we brought it down very substantially. Now inflation is essentially gone. We have it normalized, and it'll go down even a little bit further. You don't want it to be deflation either. You have to be careful. But we brought it way down. We had inflation that was the highest in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but I say the history. 48 years is pretty bad too, right? So we're solving those problems. We're bringing them way down. Yeah.
Would you consider MAHA incentives for farmers that go by MAHA guidelines?
Well, a lot of the farmers like those MAHA guidelines. Yeah. So I mean, they do. We like MAHA. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, let me answer that. So this is another reason I didn't mention it, but this is another reason I think that what we're moving.
Oh, yes. And the farmers will be getting about a $12 billion subsidy. And trust me, there's more spending that's going on that's controversial. And trust me, the farming spending, giving $20 billion to subsidize farmers, that's not really a problem to me. It's the extra military spending that we'll be doing soon, which I'm against, actually.
Moving into is a golden age for agriculture, as Secretary Kennedy and I, and across our cabinet with the president's leadership, focusing on making America healthy again. The undergirding foundational effort in that is our agriculture industry. It is our farmers and our ranchers. So as the new dietary guidelines come out in early January, where USDA alone spends $400 million a day on nutrition programs, that's a whole other SNAP, fraud, et cetera. But when you think about what a market mover that is, as we begin to move the market toward more locally produced, American-made, healthier products, closer to the schools, the hospitals, et cetera, you again begin to open up so much of the market for the great products produced by these farmers instead of ultra processed foods out of a box. So there's a lot that's going to be coming on that as well. I'm really
Mr. President, I have a question. It's not related to farming, but if you'll entertain, I'm Kara from Lindell TV, Kara Cashno.
Oh, God, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, but let's not forget to double tap that screen. Let's get more people on the conversation.
I'm not fake news, just so you know. And everybody's talking about the pipe bomber over the weekend, the suspect that was taken into custody. I reported on Biden's kangaroo court for 4 years. And this is an important question to me. Everyone knows that J6 was a Fed's direction to set you and your supporters up. So my question is, what's your gut instinct about the new pipe bomber suspect taken into custody? Does your instinct tell you that he acted alone? And also, Mr. President, how do you feel about the lead prosecutor on the pipe bomber case? Jocelyn Ballantine is the same prosecutor that allegedly asked the J6er to lie to frame you for J6 when you did nothing wrong. What are your thoughts?
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that question. It's sort of a statement, and I appreciate it very much. Jesselyn is being looked at. They all have to be looked at. What they're doing is so bad. This was a whole Democrat hoax. The whole thing was a Democrat hoax, and it's all being looked at. Appreciate
Is this
that.
the final aid package, Mr. President, or is more expected? Is this the final aid package? Farm aid
It
package?
depends on where we go. China's buying a lot. Other countries are buying a lot. And, the interesting thing about the farm, they don't want aid.
And speaking of China, like I said, China crossed a $1 trillion trade surplus. And well, trust me, it's not because they're trying to wane themselves off of the American consumer market. Actually, it's mainly because they increased their rare earth mineral exports. Yeah, they increased that even with the 23% drop in American purchasing. And then also, of course, they also took in less. They also are buying less as well. So they stopped buying from, well, America and Brazil. So they mainly cut Brazil off, but they've also increased their rare earth exports to their people like in the EU and, of course, in India and places like that. Well, what was the other place? I know it was the EU and India. They've increased their exports to. So that's how they've achieved their $1 trillion surplus.
They want
Not really waning themselves off of the American consumer market, but increasing their exports to other countries, which is smart.
just to have a level playing field.
No, please.
I've seen that more with farmers than anybody else, any other industry, right, Deb?
Right.
We've seen it more with
While taking in less
farmers
imports
where
as well.
I've had meetings like this, and primarily in the first term, and we did a great job. We turned it around. This is going to be the golden age. But the farmers don't want aid. They want to have a level playing field, because if they have a level playing field, they'll do better than anybody else. They're better than anybody else. Our product is incredible. Our machinery is incredible, right? I mean, we do have the best machines. It's a very big statement I made, though. The environmental excess that we have put onto our tractors and all of our machinery. Do you all agree with that, by the way?
Oh, yes.
You don't know.
Yeah, it's got to go.
It doesn't do anything except make the machines break all the time.
Yeah.
And I must say, I like to buy old machinery. I said, buy old
Yes.
because it's better. The new stuff is terrible. It never works. Never works.
Mr. President, you said you would
Here
have
we go. Listen to
Mr.
this.
President, you said you would have no problem with releasing the full video of that strike on September 2nd off the coast of Venezuela. Secretary Hegseth
I
now
didn't say
says,
that. That's, you said that. I didn't say that. This is ABC fake news.
you said that you would have no problem releasing the full bit. Okay, well, Secretary
No. Trump didn't say that. Hegseth actually said that. So no, that was definitely Hegseth who said he had no problem releasing the full video for everybody to see.
Hegseth,
Whatever Hegseth wants to do is okay with
he
me.
now says it's under review. Are you ordering the secretary to release that full video? Would you
Whatever
like
he
to see that
decides
there?
is okay with me. So every boat we
Sure.
knock out of the water, every boat, we save 25,000 American lives. That was a boat loaded up with drugs. I saw the video. They were trying to turn the boat back to where it could float. And
Now, now the admiral that ordered this double tap strike, so they struck the boat flipped over, and then the two guys who survived the strike were also obliterated as well in the second strike. And what the admiral has said is that yes, he did consult military lawyers, and that the guys who survived were not trying to actually radio any backup. So that's all we got so far.
we didn't want to see that because that boat was loaded up with drugs just like everything else. But every boat we shoot down, and I don't know if you know, we're 92 or 94% down in drugs coming in by the sea. And we're trying to find who are the 6%, because I don't know, people aren't liking to drive boats right now loaded up with drugs. But think of that, every single boat we shoot out, on average, we save 25,000 American lives. Do you feel okay about that, Cord?
Keep us safe.
Okay, I know my man. What about you, Bill? Are you okay with
I'm
that?
totally fine with
Are you
that.
committed to releasing the full video?
Didn't I just tell you that?
You said that it was
You're
up
the
to
most
Secretary Hegseth.
obnoxious reporter in the whole place. Let me just tell you, you are an obnoxious, a terrible reporter. And it's always the same thing with you. I told you, whatever Pete Hegseth wants to do is okay with me.
And I just have a quick question.
I ain't gonna lie, lately Trump has been tearing up the mainstream media.
There's at least 20 House Republicans who
Quite
have
people.
either said they're going to retire or not run again. Do you
And
have any
Democrats
concerns
also.
about the
And
number?
Democrats
Right.
also.
Do you have
Well,
any?
why don't you mention them? How many Democrats are going to retire?
Do you,
How many
well,
Democrats?
Well, that's what I was gonna
No,
ask.
no,
Do
but
you
why
have
don't you
any
tell me the number of
concerns?
Democrats too? You
Well,
tell
are
me
you
about.
concerned about the narrow margins? And
No, I'm not concerned. I think we're going to do well.
Among them, and
We will have the
National
greatest
Candidate
economy.
Blakeman, who you know as well, is considering running for
We're going to have the
governor.
greatest economy in history. How many Democrats are retiring? How come you only know the Republicans but not the
Because
Democrats?
I came prepared to
Hilarious.
ask you a question
No,
about.
no, you're
your kind of-
unprepared because you should know the Democrats. You're totally unprepared. Go ahead.
Okay, well, can I ask a quick
Who
follow-up
you with?
about,
Who you with?
I'm with New York Newsday, and I also have a quick follow-up. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is among those who is running for
She's
New York
great.
governor.
She's great.
Bruce Blakeman, who you also know.
He's
is
also
national-
great.
Are you planning on making any
Well, I'll
endorsement
think
for
about
him?
it,
Any
but he's
choices?
great and she's great. They're both great people. We have a lot of great people in the Republican Party. Go ahead.
Can I get back to farming?
Yeah.
So you,
Yeah.
so you talked about the profitability issue, the machinery playing a role in that. I know
Right.
fertilizer plays another role now.
That's
A lot
right.
of that, the way I understand it, it comes in from Canada, different countries like that. What are we doing to bolster domestic fertilizer production to help make that more affordable? And then I think that will
Well,
transition
one
down
of
the
the things,
pipeline.
a lot of it does come in from Canada. And so we'll end up putting very severe tariffs on that if we have to, because that's the way you want to bolster here. And we can do it here. We can all do that.
I mean, we definitely make our own fertilizer here. So, yeah, putting tariffs on Canada's fertilizer would boost fertilizer sales in America.
Yeah, but I would say what you do, you put very severe tariffs on from coming into other countries. You'll be making your own fertilizer. Right?
In fact, Secretary Burgum, this cabinet is so remarkable. Instead of just seeing each other every month, we're literally talking every day, multiples of times a day. But our Secretary of the Interior, I and Secretary Besson and others, we have a whole plan in place, including the reshoring of fertilizer and the opportunity to do it in America. Having said that, we've also, per the president's guidance, issued a directive. These fertilizer companies, the seed companies, the equipment companies, all of the above.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support.
As our farmers have struggled year over year, the meat packing companies continue to make, a lot of money hand over fist, a lot of foreign owned companies. So that's why the president has been very unequivocal in saying we got to figure out why all these input costs are skyrocketing and all of our farmers are struggling, which we're going to do.
So
That is
when
a
they
great
take
question.
when
and
they
very
take
important.
like fertilizer out of the country, all of a sudden we don't do it anymore. Then they start charging and sending it, very high prices from other countries.
Especially the cattle farmers. Like a lot of them have shrunk their herd size due to the fact that, well, feeding a big herd has gotten too expensive and they're not really profiting off it. So they've shrunken their herd size and actually just focused on the quality of beef that they can produce instead of the quantity, which is actually driving up prices.
Whether it's Canada or somebody else, we're not going to let that happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the quality of foreign produce. You spoke about soybeans and how the quality here in the United States obviously is a lot better.
That's what
Is-
I've heard.
Yeah, is the default of this administration, because that's an issue I understand with root vegetables, citrus as well. Is the default of this administration that even if it's a little bit more expensive homegrown, you will choose homegrown over cheaper produce abroad?
I like homegrown. Some things we can't grow because we don't have the heat. There are some things, little delicacies or maybe not such delicacies, but they grow better in warmer climates, very warm climates actually. But for the most part, I like homegrown.
Mr. President, thank you. One on this announcement and then one on foreign policy, if I may. Are you open to tapping into tariff revenue again, should farmers find they need additional relief to get to that level?
Yeah. If we're going to make the farmers so strong, and I'm not even talking about financially, because they just want to be able to produce what they can produce. And we're going to make them so strong that it will be indeed a golden age for farmers.
And then on Russia and
We had it going in the first administration, and then Biden came in and ruined everything. They had no idea what they would. They did. I mean, I think they hated the farmer. I love the farmer. That's why I got 94% of the vote from the farmers, but they hated the farmers. I love the farmers. Go ahead.
And there's two things that really hurt farming under the Biden administration. One that was completely out of Biden's control is a drought. Yes, there was a drought that happened. And that was one of the reasons why they shrunk their herd sizes, or it was really hard for these farmers to produce crop. Two, record high inflation. which made their expenses go up through the roof. And that which made them, like I said, lessen the crops that they can put out, shrunk their cattle sizes. So those are the two things that was really hurting farmers. And for some reason, they're trying to blame Trump's tariffs on that after they've been suffering for like 4 years under Biden, and nobody said nothing while that was happening. But these tariffs come in and everybody want to act like that's the reason why farmers are going through it.
And then on Russia and Ukraine, obviously your administration has been having talks with each side. Given that there is no peace deal at this point, will your administration stay engaged in those talks to effort a peace deal?
We just want to see people stop from being killed. You know, we don't, as you know, Joe Biden gave them $350 billion. You know, and I gave them nothing. I did give them javelins at the beginning and knocked out a hell of a lot of tanks. But and Obama gave sheets. Remember, Obama gave sheets and I gave javelins. But no, we have a great situation going over there, except for one problem. You got a lot of people dying, and I want to see that stop. So you have mostly Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. Last month, 27,000 soldiers died, mostly soldiers. A few people from the dropping of a missile in the middle of Kiev or wherever, which is a terrible thing. But mostly soldiers. 27,000 soldiers died last month. That's what I want to see stopped. We, as you know, we now sell equipment to NATO at full price, and NATO takes that equipment and probably gives it to Ukraine. I guess they could give it to others too, but for the most part, give it to Ukraine. And they're working with Ukraine in terms of distribution of equipment, missiles, etc. But we aren't spending money. What we are doing is spending time on a humane basis. We want to see if we can stop the killing of 27. It would have never happened. This war would have never happened if the election weren't rigged.
And here's the thing that Ukraine and Russia don't want nobody to know, is that the only way to come to a peaceful resolution is to pretty much give Russia whatever they want. Now, it has been reported already that Ukraine and Europe are standing on, they're standing on 10 with this one, said they would not give up any land to Russia. The problem is, though, is that, the land that they don't want to give it to Russia, Russia already have. So if Europe is not willing to get into the fight to help Ukraine take that land, Russia will continue to occupy that land, and they might even gain more land, because what's being reported is that Russia has already moved in, about on 86 fronts and already taken about 86 different regions. So, villages. So I'm not really sure how long the Ukrainians can keep on sitting here thinking that, or being delusional about defeating Russia, or at least pushing Russia back off of their land. And is not looking likely, to be quite honest with you.
If I were president, this war would have never happened.
President Trump, if you could pick anything, the soybean purchases. You've talked a lot, obviously, about China's soybean purchases. Some lawmakers from North and South Carolina have raised concern that U.S. tobacco farmers were told that China would not purchase flu-cured tobacco this year. Has that come up in your conversations at all?
But we're doing well. The tobacco people, because of the deals I made, they're doing very well. But that could be, if it's the case, I can get it solved very quickly.
Do you know how you settled on this $12 billion or $11 billion plus $1 more billion figure?
We looked at how they were hurt, to what extent they were hurt. We did a very, steady progression of charts, and we figured out a very exact number, and it was about $12 billion.
President Trump, if you had one Christmas wish for America besides making American farmers great again, what would it be?
I would say very simply, I go by a statement. When people ask that question, remember that question was asked to Ted Kennedy, and they said, "Well, what are you going to do to make America great?" And he couldn't answer the question. I have a very simple: we're going to make America greater than ever before, and we're going to do it through a series of tariffs, intelligent taxes, and incentives. And our country has never been stronger. We've never had anything like coming in. We have $18 trillion coming into our country right now. There's never been anything like it. And if you ask me that, I'll say, I just want to keep doing what I'm doing.
And a lot of people have this, because honestly, what he's doing for the farmers is great. And I know a lot of people are going Trump is giving more to Argentina than the farmers. And you're wrong, actually. You're actually wrong about that, because the U.S. doesn't just hand Argentina $40 billion as a freebie. And the profit is mostly interest and Wall Street fees and geopolitical leverage. So I'm sorry, but we actually make money from the $40 billion that we are loaning. Guess what? Argentina. We don't make no interest off the money that we're giving or subsidizing the farmers with. I would hope you guys actually read into the details about that 40 billion that, you know, we are loaning Argentina for economic stability so they don't have an regional fallout in South America, and which would cause what? Heavy immigration. And where are they going to go? Most likely here. So it's funny how you guys just do surface level thinking just to hate Trump. I mean, try to think a little deeper.
Because there's never been anything like that happen. The biggest number ever in history was $2 trillion, and we're at $18 trillion. This is money pouring into our country on building car plants, on building AI plants. We just want to keep doing exactly what we're doing because nothing like this has ever happened in the history of the world, not just our country. There's never been, Scott, would you say that's right? There's never been anything like the investments coming into America.
So this is a record year. Record year.
Do you support the Paramount deal, sir?
On healthcare, Mr. President, 22 million Americans are expected to see their healthcare insurance premiums start to rise by the beginning of next year.
You're talking about because Obamacare is so bad?
Yes, well, sir, because the Obamacare subsidies are expiring. Are you going to do anything?
Because Obamacare is so bad.
What is the Republican plan? Are you going to let that happen on your watch?
What I'm going to do is.
I know it's about to sound like a dickhead comment, guys, but some of y'all are a bit too. I'm not responding to it unless you send it in a super chat. Put some money behind what you're saying, and then I'll actually dismantle it. Otherwise, I'm not answering it. You know, unless you're like a member or something.
If the Democrats go along with it, which they don't want to because they want to make the insurance companies very rich, okay? I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy their own healthcare instead of paying to the. You know, the insurance companies, their stock has gone up 1,700% in a short period of time. Did you know that? 1,700. You wish your corn went up, right?
Yeah,
but the insurance companies' stock has gone up by 1,700%, 1,800%.
Thank you.
They're taking in trillions of dollars. I don't want to pay the insurance companies anything, and I know a lot of them, but they're owned by the Democrats, and the Democrats have. Obamacare is a setup to make insurance companies rich. And I want to pay the people, and I want the people to go out and buy their own health care.
All right, let me break this down for you, because like I said, a lot of you guys are actually pretty dumb when it comes to this 40 billion loan to Argentina. It's really a package with two big pieces to it. Now we got the $20 billion currency swap. It's a credit line from the US Treasury. Now, the US gives Argentina access to the US dollar. Argentina's central bank give the US pesos and promise to pay back the dollar with interest. We've already made money from this, just off the interest alone. So that's what I'm saying. You guys sound pretty dumb because you don't know what you're talking about. We're not bailing them out by just giving them a free $40 billion. And you don't even understand the plan behind it, because it's for economic regional stability in South America. Because if that whole region goes out, that's bad for us as well. So guess what that is? It's about America first, because trust me, America is not going to do so well if all of the South American economy falls out. I would hope that you would know this, right? It's important to me that you really know this.
And that's what we want to do. And that's what the Republicans want to do. Because Obamacare is a disaster. And I said it 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. It was always a disaster. It's bad health.
But shout out to my man Jay. He says, poor Dems don't know how the world works. Nah, facts. He said, don't know how the world works. Those deals don't mean 20 trillion instantly into USA bank accounts. Stop thinking like children because you hate Trump. Literally, the man says we got 17 or 20 trillion dollars investment. Where is it at? Like, why is it in the Treasury? Do you not know how investments work? Like saying anything at this point.
Healthcare that's too expensive for people. And now your premiums, and you said it better than I said it. You said the Obamacare premiums are going to go up. They're going.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. Castro, he says, fuck out of here, you broke crybabies. If you don't like it, move on. No need to tell everyone you're too cheap to comply. Literally just like $2 enough, $5 just to try to sit here and prove me wrong. I will literally engage with your argument. I promise. But I'm not doing it for free because some of y'all arguments are just too dumb. I'm just like, all right, no, I can't do it. Not today. Maybe tomorrow, but not today.
Way up. And what I want to do is have the money. And you know who's getting that money? A lot of it is the insurance companies. I want the people to get the money and go out and buy their own health care. And everybody wants that. Right? Okay.
Oh, and another thing that you didn't know about the Argentina. Oh, yeah. The other 20 billion, that's not from us. No, actually, it's not from us. It's from private banks and sovereign wealth funds. You didn't know that either, did you? So it's not even a full 40 billion that we're even loaning these guys. We're fronting 20, and then they got private investors who are supposed to be private investors buying into Argentina's debt or lending to Argentina, coordinating with the U.S. Treasury. So it's not even all on us. Y'all don't know details, but here we are, though. It's not that hard to see. Yeah, it's not hard to see, bro. It isn't. It isn't, guys. That's all you gotta do is just look it up, look up the details. But you want to try to create an argument against Trump so bad, you end up looking dumb. But here we are, though, man. Here we are. Don't worry, man. I got y'all. And don't forget to double tap the screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Put that bill on the floor, sir.
Okay. Do you have any reaction on the fine that was imposed to X by the European
For what?
To X, to the platform X, the fine that the
Wow, that was
European
pretty
Union
amazing. You're talking about, is that European Union or is it, who did that? European Union or
imposed,
UK?
the European Commission.
Whoa, that's a nasty one.
Do
I
you
don't
consider
know.
it an attack?
Elon has not called me to ask.
Now, Trump has released a policy document that is pretty much saying that the European Union won't be around for long, and we're now pulling back from being a global power to its hemispherical power, aka we're only worried about what's going on the Western Hemisphere and no longer worried what's going on the Eastern Hemisphere. And we'll see how that plan gets implemented because there's a lot of people in Trump's cabinet that don't want it to happen. The EU don't want it to happen, and NATO don't want it to happen. So we'll see how Trump goes with it. But he has already written this in stone. You can actually look this up. This is part of Trump's policy now.
For help in that one. But no, that's a tough thing. I don't think it's right. No, I don't think it's right. I don't see, how they can do that. No. I'll speak about it later. I'm going to get a full report on it. Look, Europe has to be very careful. They're doing a lot of things. We want to keep Europe.
Oh, wait.
Europe is.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Shout out to Jay. He's like, it's not that hard. See, I mean, no, literally though, it's not that hard to send in $2, have your argument heard. Like, it's not that hard. And don't worry, I got you. I'm not going to be a dickhead about it. I'm not going to do you like, Dean Withers or Get a Job Parker. I'm actually going to engage with your argument.
Going in some bad directions. It's very bad for the people. We don't want Europe to change so much. You're going in some very bad directions. That was a big thing.
You directed a review of the childhood vaccine schedule, possibly to match what is on par with peer nations in Europe. Would you support ending federal mandates and just making those recommendations for schools?
You're gonna have to say it again.
As far as the vaccine,
Louder.
As far as the vaccine schedule for children, would you support ending the federal mandates and making it optional for
Well,
schools?
we're looking at a lot of things having to do with vaccines and with the different. I think we take like 88 different shots, all wrapped up in one big glass of stuff like that, and we're going to be reducing it very substantially.
Do you support the Paramount?
It'll be safe,
bid?
but we're going to be reducing it very
Do you
substantially.
support the Paramount bid for Warner Brothers that
I
came
don't
this
know
morning?
enough about it.
You spoke about Netflix last night, saying you have concerns about them.
I know the companies very well. I know what they're doing, but I have to see what percentage of.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. It's like it's hard because they have to turn down the TDS. Yeah, I know, right? It's really hard to do some like deeper thinking into this stuff, or actually look more deeply into it instead of just trying to create an argument against Trump. Because trust me. You read a headline and it's easy to create an argument against Trump, but you actually look into that headline, you start seeing that it's either ridiculous or it's not really that hit against Trump that you think it is. But I mean, hey, y'all keep trying though. Y'all can keep trying. You know, I love it. All right, man. Hashtag. He said, hashtag death to the leaf. It's one side that doesn't want to end the life of pedophiles. Why can gays enjoy the body? Damn, the bodies they like to have sex with. Gay privilege? Whoa. Well, well, damn. He says one side that doesn't want to end the life of pedophiles. Well, I wonder where you're going with that actually, because you know, both sides, I'm not going to demonize the left and say that they don't want to, you know, take out pedophiles. The problem is that they don't realize that they're supporting the pedophiles in the trans community. That's what they don't realize. But, you know, that's just blissful ignorance on their part. But I really wonder where you're going with that one. But he says, why can gays enjoy the bodies they like to have sex with? Gay privilege. I mean, shoot, you're right. Hey, man, ain't nobody talking about a promiscuous gay man. Nobody ever hopped down on their ass. But Lord knows, let a guy do it. Man, our ass is cooked. We're a misogynist, womanizer. We're the worst of them. It's tough. But shout out to my man Jay Swag, Jay the Hawk. He said, hashtag death to the leaf. He says the left lost. Oh, death to the left. Okay, death to the left. He said the left lost the first civil war and built systematic racism such as affirmative action, destroy the matrix, carry every day. Dang, destroy the matrix, carry every day. I ain't gonna lie, my man low-key cooking. It's like, if you think he not cooking, I'm sorry. You are still trapped in the matrix, my friend. But all right, let's get back to it, bro. And appreciate the support, my man.
Market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount, the percentage of market. I mean, none of them are particularly great friends of mine. You know, I want to, so very important to do what's right.
Paramount being supported by Jared Kushner, Mr. President, would that impact your decision?
If Paramount is, I don't know. I've never spoken to him about it. He's really trying to work on Gaza. I think Gaza's his primary thing.
Yeah, I'm be honest. I don't think they're gonna stop Netflix from buying Paramount. Because I'm gonna just be real. Like I said, if y'all wasn't willing to break up Meta, then who are y'all to try to stop Netflix from buying Paramount? Like, come on now.
You're making house visits on Christmas Eve. As
Not that I agree with
these
it.
need to be fitted with sleigh rails.
You want to answer that question?
Absolutely. We should put sleigh rails on the beast. Yes. Here's the
support that?
Go ahead.
That Republican plan that you just talked about when it comes to healthcare, when do you expect Republicans to put that
We're
on?
looking at it very strongly, and we're also going to the Democrats and asking them to do it. The Democrats want to make the insurance companies rich. They're all paid off by the insurance companies. A tremendous amount of the insurance company funding goes to.
And yes, there are people who's also paid off by the insurance industry on the right, but the left, I mean, look, the way they're like showboating or they're shaking ass in a circle for these Obamacare health subsidies that go directly to insurance companies and they still raise their premiums. I mean, come on now. Come on. Y'all can't say they're not holding water for these guys. It's a little too obvious. Like they could have hit it a little bit. Shout out to my man Jet, though. He says TDS, whiny toddler adults, and woke equals broke a loss. Oh, damn. Broke a loss.
Democrats.
Broke a loss.
Why don't you ask that question of the Democrats? Because I would love to do it. I'd love all of the money to go to the people. They go to the people. You know, I put that out 2 weeks ago. It became #1 viral. People love it. I want the money to go for healthcare, to go to the people and let the people buy their own healthcare through an account. They can buy their own healthcare. And everybody loves it, except for the Democrats. And you know why they don't? Because they're paid off by the insurance companies. Okay, what else?
Yeah, Alina Habba says she's stepping down as U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey.
Yeah, the fact that they're not willing to like bend on a plan that actually, you know, don't give billions of dollars to the insurance industries and actually find a way to actually help the American people better. Like I said, it does kind of lean into that point. And I'm not saying that Republicans aren't on the same thing, but at least they're bringing it up. They're like the Dems didn't even want you to know that where these subsidies were going. They just honed down on the point that without them, your insurance premiums are going to triple.
After the courts disqualified her.
Which is true. And shout out to my man Jay Swag, Jay Hawk. He says gay privilege is they get to enjoy the bodies they use for sex in locker rooms. And as a straight man, I can't do that to women. Illiberal is not equality. Man, well, I mean, shout out. They forsaken the locker rooms as a straight man. I cannot do that to women. I would hope you wouldn't want to, my friend. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. There is some gay guys. Well, let me be real with you. Most guys, the guys who turn trans, well, they were originally gay. If they just wanted to take it one step further and just be like, all right, well, instead of being a guy that like guys, I want to transform myself to a girl who like guys. It's crazy, but I mean, we let them live their life, right? As long as they don't, push it on children, it's all good. Let them live their life.
Have any comment on that?
Well, she's not disqualified. You got a blue slip thing that's horrible. It's a horrible thing. It makes it impossible to appoint a judge or U.S. attorney, and it's a shame. And the Republicans should be ashamed of themselves that they allow this to go on, because I can't appoint a U.S. attorney that's not a Democrat, because they put a block on it. So if you appoint in Virginia or in New Jersey or in California a U.S. attorney or a judge, I mean, a judge situation is ridiculous. The only people that you can get by are Democrats, because they will put a hold on it. Mm-hmm. If I put up George Washington and Abraham Lincoln to be U.S. attorney in New Jersey or to be U.S. attorney in Virginia, we have Democrat senators, they will not approve them.
Yeah, because they're trying to stop the prosecution of Letitia James and James Comey that was throughout only because the prosecutor wasn't confirmed by the Senate, and Pam Bondi just gave her a stamp of approval without being approved by the Senate, so the case was thrown out. And they tried, and they tried to re-prosecute Letitia James, and the grand jury said, "No, we're not doing it." So now it's all at a standstill, and let's be real, like, this is Pam Bondi's fault. This is why Pam Bondi should resign and take Cash Patel with her.
Gentleman's agreement that's lasted for too long, and it doesn't make it, especially in light of what's going on today, it means you can't appoint a Republican U.S. attorney, and we don't play the same game with them, but they do. And I hope that somebody speaks to Senator Grassley about doing something about the blue slip, because I'm telling you, John, I put up great people, top people, highest education, the best lawyers to be like U.S. attorney, and both senators. It only takes one, but if they're Democrat senators, they say we're not going to approve it. I had a couple of them say, "Why don't you appoint Democrats?" All because Senator Grassley, with his blue slip stuff, will not let anybody go by. By the way,
and shout out to my man Jay Swag, Jay Hawk. He says, "I wanted to be a woman when I was 3 and 13. Thank God my parents didn't mutilate me, or I would be dysfunctional and suicidal. Hashtag death to the left." I mean, man, my man is standing on that hashtag. I don't like the leftists either. I'm okay with the liberals, but not the leftists. And people got to understand, those are two different people. Trust me, two different.
The Democrats have violated the blue slip provision on numerous occasions, but we don't do it. And what it means is, I guess I just have to keep appointing people for 3 months and then just appoint another one. And it's a very sad situation. We're losing a lot of great people. We have about 7 U.S. attorneys who are not going to be able to keep their jobs much longer because of the blue slip. Because unless, I think I know why they did that, to protect their ass. Okay, that's why they did that. But it should be done away with. I want to be able to appoint the most highly educated, the most respected people. They can't keep their jobs because of the blue slips. Terrible. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and move on to the right side of media, and then we'll make our way over to the left, as we usually do. But let's go ahead and start off with Christy Gnomes with Sean Hannity. Let's go ahead and get it.
Here with more. This is DHS Secretary
I'm crying. Hey, no, that's crazy. He's like, Homeland Security, you're going home, boy. Like, yep, you're going home. But all right, now let's get right into it. Joking aside,
this is DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Madam Secretary, when politicians are saying the things that these people are saying, okay, in my mind, they're putting ICE agents' lives in jeopardy. Tom Homan says a 1,200% increase in threats against them. I'm asking you, is there any crime that the politicians are themselves brave.
Look, the way the left has turned up the language, or I believe the radical language on ICE, I think the National Guard is next, to be quite honest with you, especially with this whole seditious six and the whole saying that, oh, there's unlawful orders being carried out. And they went from, oh, well, deploying the National Guard was an unlawful order to now the boat strikes in the Caribbean Sea is an unlawful order. So we'll see which one actually sticks, because, I mean, they're going to try. But it is kind of crazy how they're turning up the rhetoric on ICE, and then they're shocked when ICE is getting attacked. Or they don't even talk about it. On the left, they won't even talk about how ICE officers are getting attacked. They just show you like BS videos that need to be debunked, like this one right here, man. Let me go ahead and tune you in on the bullshit that they try to hit us with. If I can, well, actually, let me play this out and then I'll go ahead and find that video, actually.
Any laws they're breaking.
You know, Sean, we're certainly going
ICE
after and
is
looking
in
into all of that
Chicago.
with coordination of Department of Justice, but the mayor, if he were mayor, could be violating the Constitution by giving advice on how to evade law enforcement and how to get away with breaking the law. It's really unbelievable in this country what we're seeing. Those ICE agents that you were referencing, the violent attacks that have increased against them to 1,200%, death threats against them are at 8,000%. And I want to remind everybody, these ICE agents live in these communities. That's their homes. They have their families there. They're working to keep their own. Kids safe so that.
But check out this video here of how duplicitous the left is.
Okay, so this is another example of what the media does, specifically media on the left and left-leaning media. So as you can see, CBS says that this is a US citizen and she's being detained. And it's because she wouldn't comply with ICE and identify herself. Again, as I said before, if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. But what CBS doesn't tell you is that she was in her boyfriend's vehicle, who is in the country illegally. And that is why the vehicle was stopped. So she's in her boyfriend's car, who's in the country illegally, who does not have documents to be here. He's not here legally. And then when they stop her, she refuses to comply with them. What did you think was going to happen? But also I find it interesting that CBS did not note any of those things. They just noted that she's a US citizen, and look how it started. Because you also have to remember this, on TikTok, the vast majority of people do not watch the whole video. Your watch time is very high at the beginning of the video, and then it drops off over time. So more people saw them detaining a US citizen than anything else. Later in the video, to CBS's credit, it does say that she wasn't complying, so she got detained for not showing her license. Again, but what they don't tell you is she was in her boyfriend's vehicle who's an illegal in this country. And that's why the traffic stop happened. They don't tell you that part. So if you see people trying to spread this video saying this is what they're doing to US citizens, make sure that they understand the context. She didn't comply with ICE. She should have complied and identified herself. And her boyfriend is in the country illegally, and that was his vehicle. So anyway, just a reminder.
So that video that they was fear-mongering to you all over mainstream media was a lie, with the white lady screaming, "I'm an American citizen." Yes, lady, we know. The problem is that you're riding with somebody who's not an American citizen. Your boyfriend is an illegal immigrant. And when we asked, and when the ICE officers asked your ass for identification, you wanted to sit there and act funny and then get upset when they yank your ass out the car. Now they got to look for identification themselves because you refuse to give it to them. And then, of course, there's the bystanders on the side that want to make everything look way more dramatic than it is and start filming at the exact right time just to make ICE look like the most evil group of people in the world. Like, beautiful timing. Chef's kiss, honestly. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
law enforcement and how to get away with breaking the law. It's really unbelievable in this country what we're seeing. Those ICE agents that you were referencing, the violent attacks that have increased against them to 1,200%, death threats against them are at 8,000%. And I want to remind everybody, these ICE agents live in these communities. That's their homes. They have their families there. They're working to keep their own kids.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jay Swag, because he says, hashtag death to the left. He says, because we have to spell wrong and be correct by grammar Nazis so we can bypass the autofilter, Matrix is fighting to stay in power. All right, shout out to my man Jay Swag. Jay Swag coming in again. The left weaponizes language. Criminals says they innocent. Racist, it says they are anti-racist. The fascists say they are anti-fascist. Destroy friction. And all right, let's get right back into it. Shout out to my man Jay Swag. Appreciate the support, brother. Appreciate that. Go ahead and give you your shout out though real quick.
Safe, so that they can go to school, they can go to church and go to work every single day. So they're there doing God's work to protect this country and enforce the law. And these politicians, if they don't like the law, then go frickin' change it. Go change the law. That's your job, is to actually.
I mean, here's the thing, though. You really got to think about it. I honestly think that the left or the Democrats literally use these illegal immigrants as political leverage. Think about 4 years Biden was in power, right? He did not create no new immigration law, no mass amnesty program or anything for these people. He had 4 years to do so. F it. He was letting more in without creating no way for these guys to actually become naturalized citizens. Actually, he let more people in instead of taking care of the people who are already here 10 years illegally. If anything, if I was Biden, I'd have just took care of those we already got here, you know, instead of just using them as political leverage for today. Because that's what they used as. Like, you guys were getting outraged about these guys getting removed who've been here for 10 years illegally. You know, the Dems could have did something about this a while ago. You know that, right? But they didn't. No, they waited right till this day to make these videos, to show in your face and pull out your heartstrings and make Trump look bad. When, I mean, real with you, they had 4 years to give these guys mass amnesty. They had 4 years to solidify an immigration pathway for them. They had 4 years to do that, to help these people out. And they didn't. They left them to the mercy of Trump.
Have debate, have discernment to create a law that actually puts America first. I'm just grateful the president is focused on that.
Am I wrong?
I'm grateful of that too. Okay, so when you talk about a 1,200% increase in threats against ICE agents, I certainly understand why. Do you not tie that directly to the insightful, dehumanizing rhetoric that the left is using day in and day out? I don't care if it's a punditry class. I don't care if it's elected officials. They're all using it. You know, it gets as bad as Gestapo, Nazi, fascist, and even worse in some cases.
I know, for those of you who are saying, oh, well, you don't know how to... No, I know how democracy works. Remember, they had the House at the beginning, did they not? They had the House and the Senate at the beginning for 2 years, and they did nothing for the illegal immigrants. But now they want to sit here and cry and complain that they're getting deported when they didn't do anything. And I'm talking about Congress, the Senate, all the Dems. Like, all of them are complicit in using these guys for political leverage. And it's kind of funny how you all fell for it instead of holding them accountable of like, all right, well, we're complaining now, but why didn't you guys create a pathway for mass amnesty for these people before Donald Trump came in? I mean, you don't ever really want to ask them those tough questions, do you? You kind of just let them play in your face and do whatever and blame Trump.
Directly responsible for what's happening?
Absolutely, they are. That rhetoric absolutely encourages these violent attacks. In fact, we had a congresswoman attack our ICE law enforcement officers. We've had them show up at ICE facilities and CBP facilities and harass these enforcement officers, use vile language, spit on them. So yes, it absolutely does. They're supposed to be leaders. They're supposed to be examples that we can point to, and we wouldn't raise our children to do the things that they do. We would be ashamed of our kids for acting the way that these grown adults act that are supposed to be some of the best in the country that lead us and protect our Constitution and our country's freedoms.
Yeah, well, I can.
And shout out to my man Jay Swag. He says, don't wear Patriot colors. They target you. Wear black to hide in them. We don't randomly assault them, so you're safe. Be mindful of false flag patriots. Shoot, I mean, damn, it's almost like he's speaking about January 6th, like that one Ryan Epps guy or Ray Epps.
Continue to praise all those guys, all the agents. You've been out with all of them, and they're doing a phenomenal job. They put their lives on the line, and they certainly deserve better than being doxxed or threatened or told they can't protect their identity, especially in this environment. Secretary Noem, thank you. We appreciate your time. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News.
All right, now let's go ahead and make it over. We're going to go ahead and stick on Fox News with our guy, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Let's just go to Dr. Oz. We're just going to get into a conversation with Dr. Oz, okay?
As we speak, a historic level of fraud.
You know what's so funny about this guy, bro, Dr. Oz? It's crazy how everybody was trying to discredit this man when he's probably the most qualified for the job. When they try to literally say, oh, he's not a real doctor and all that, that's how I know the TDS was real. I was like, bro, did y'all even look this man up before you said that? Obviously not.
And taxpayer theft is now being uncovered. Guess what? In Congresswoman Omar's Minnesota, we're told the amount stolen could be in the billions.
Facts.
The administrator for the Centers for Medicare, Medicaid, Dr. Mehmet Oz, is on now, and he has been tracking that fraud, and he's here to explain it. All right, Dr. Oz, you know more about this than anybody. We know fraudsters in Minnesota, over $1 billion. I'll give you one example. If you look at the autism program in Minnesota, 2018, we spent $3 million. Now, 2023, the last year we have numbers for, $400 million. Okay, and how much of that is going into the Somali community? Has that been institutionalized?
They've weaponized fraud and corruption. Talking with the CMS team that I'm blessed to work with, they say they've never seen anything like this as an abject dereliction of duty.
Yeah, yo, and check out this clip, man. It's actually pretty crazy.
A $250 million fraud scheme. Already 77 people, many of them Somali immigrants, have been charged in one of the largest taxpayer-funded scams in U.S. history. Minnesota, home to the largest Somali community in America, has become the center of this massive investigation. This is the Feeding Our Future scandal, a pandemic-era scheme in which defendants allegedly stole over $250 million meant to provide meals for low-income children. Instead of feeding kids, prosecutors say the money went toward luxury homes, high-end cars, jewelry, overseas transfers, and an entire network of shell companies. According to the DOJ, the conspirators submitted fake invoices, fabricated meal counts, and even staged photos to make it look like they were serving millions of meals that never existed. In some cases, they claimed to feed more children than lived in entire neighborhoods. A federal jury found Amy Bach, the founder of Feeding Our Future, and Salim Ahmed Saeed guilty of conspiracy, bribery, wire fraud, money laundering. Federal officials say more arrests may still be coming.
Yeah, no, that explains that right there. Yeah. So a $250 million fraud scheme out of 86 people. Out of 86 people, 78 of them were of Somali descent, but the main people running it, well, pretty much was our own, pretty much Democrat officials or Democrat politicians who were for some reason going along with the fraud scheme. Or maybe they didn't know about it. Who knows? More than likely, though, they knew.
And I think what happened, and just becoming clearer now, is that the Walz administration knew there was a problem. Whistleblowers were saying, this money's being stolen. You gave a great number with autism. I can regale you with a bunch more. But nobody wanted to rock the boat because it turns out Somalians overwhelmingly vote for Democrats. They felt it would look bad for them to go after these people that they knew were guilty. And it was the Somalian community, in fact, that it finally came forward and said enough is enough. And we see people buying luxury cars, shipping money back to our home country, maybe even to terrorist organizations. And it was with that urging, we finally found out what was happening. But here's the deal. President Trump's not going to tolerate this. Understandably, no American should want their tax dollars being siphoned off to Somalians living in Minnesota, who then ship it over to Africa or other places where it can be used for purposes that it was not designed. They're taking away the benefits that our most vulnerable desperately need when they steal from autistic children or from homeless people with substance use disorder. So we made a very clear line in the sand. By the end of this month, we need some type of a written plan from Governor Walz's team. Every week we want audits. We're demanding this. And by the end of January, if they have not cleaned up this disaster, this mess, then Governor Walsh should start looking for loose change under his couch, because we are going to shut down funding of these programs, the 14 additional programs, besides the one for transportation that we already, rather for housing, that we already shut down.
Well, 2.6 million, what was originally proposed, now it's over 100 million?
Damn.
For that one program, but you add them all. And Sean, here's the thing. These programs were designed for the sickest of the.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, by the way. But let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. And let's make sure to tap that icon up there and subscribe to the channel, guys. Appreciate the support.
Sick people who are vulnerable. Imagine what happens if you're a child on the autism spectrum, mom and dad are barely keeping things together, and all of a sudden every other kid on the block and every kid in the Somalian community.
And shout out to my man Jay. He said, "Why is children always involved in dem scam?" Yeah, it is kind of effed up to be playing on autism and then be trying to look and say your kid's autistic, and we gonna go ahead and split, the government funding for that kid. You gonna get a nice little $400, and we'll go ahead and take the rest, and we're gonna go ahead and keep doing that. And they build themselves a nice sum of money, enough for them to go get nice houses and cars and all that good stuff. I mean, the scam was working well until they got caught. I mean, thank God they got caught, because, yeah.
FBI, open up! Community has autism. And all of a sudden, you've got these massive increases in expenditures. You can't get access to care. And now we've got to come in and clean it up. What happens? These kids get hurt. The same for homeless people who desperately need housing short term when they get out of a hospital. What about getting transported to a clinic to get your dialysis?
And it is effed up. Scamming on the guidelines of feeding people is effed up. It's like, yeah, so we're giving you this government money so you can go out there and feed people in the community. And instead of doing that, you pretty much write up a bunch of meals that you never gave out, and we send you this money, you go buy luxury cars and mansions. Like, are you effing serious? Like, with money that's supposed to be, to feed children or feed people in the community, that's really effed up.
That's going to go away, Sean, because the Somalian community figured out a way of hacking the system. And then when they weaponized it, nobody was watching. And Sean, this is the part that gets me animated. It's not just in Minnesota. It's the worst that's ever been in Minnesota. But you go to Los Angeles, you've got these ethnic mafia groups that are able to hack into our hospice systems. They're destroying home health care. There are 5 times more durable medical equipment suppliers in Florida than there are McDonald's. We think the Cuban government's involved there. We broke up a $15 billion multinational criminal organization based out of Russia. But again, if they get the money, it doesn't matter. We have to stop the money from leaving the building. And that's what President Trump wants us to do by working across agencies to shut down these scandalous efforts.
And Walz was warned by whistleblowers, and he didn't want to pay attention. He didn't want to alienate a big voting bloc. Dr. Oz, great job, and keep us updated. That's a lot of taxpayer money.
Yeah.
It's being stolen from our kids and grandkids and people in real need.
And all right, now let's get over to the next video.
Exclusive
I believe, actually, let's see here, because there's supposed to be an interview with Erica Kirk coming up, but we'll get into that one later.
Welcome to Hannity, and tonight we are live. We are in New York City, where in just a few minutes we're going to sit down with Erica Kirk for an exclusive preview of her late husband's final book, Stop in the Name of God, Why Honoring the Sabbath Will in Fact Transform Your Life. Also, tonight, Jasmine Crockett wants a promotion. The Democratic Party's rising star has officially announced her bid for U.S. Senate with the great state of Texas and with the help of President Donald J. Trump. Take a look.
Crockett. Oh, man. She's a very low IQ person.
Somebody said the other day, she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding.
I don't know how that helps her. Anyway, a few states away, California Governor Gavin Newsom was on fire.
Well, she's playing on the hatred of Donald Trump. Like, she's playing to the base. She's like, look, you understand, if Trump hates me the most, I'm obviously the best person for the job. And that is what a lot of Dems are doing. They're playing off of if I can get Trump to talk about me or hate me more than the rest of them, that's going to boost my political stock. I mean, it's a good strategy because it works. Weird, but it works. All right, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. I offered $5 for one Dem policy stated. Oh, damn. He said I offered $5 for one Dem policy stated. Crickets. Yeah, I know. All they do is really complain about what Donald Trump is doing, but not really coming up with no real policies of their own, or really no real reforms at all.
Literally. Take a look.
They'd have
the
more
hills
respect
with
if
these
they
guys,
did.
and we all turned around when my hair literally burst on. There's a video of it, and they threw me in the car. A guy hits my hair and throws me in the car. Says, "Get out of here."
Now, fortunately, Newsom was able to save his hair from the blaze. Too bad there was no water available to save people's homes. Now, most everyone in the Pacific Palisades, as we all know, lost absolutely everything. They're still unable to rebuild a year later because of California's insane bureaucracy, their regulations. We'll have a lot more on that straight ahead. We do begin tonight right here in New York City with their incoming communist mayor, Marxist mayor, after promising to work with President Trump to apprehend criminal illegal immigrants. Well, Zoran Kami, Marxist Mamdani, is now teaching illegals how to stand up to ICE. There is a 1,200% threat level increase against ICE agents.
And shout out to my man JD says, proves votes mean more than anything, even reality. I mean, no, that's true. I mean, look, they'll spin reality in order to get your vote. You like, come on now, we all know. And that's from the left and the right. I'll be quite honest with you.
Maybe the rhetoric has something to do with it. Take a look.
We can all stand up to ICE if you know your rights. If you encounter ICE, these are the things that every New Yorker should know. First, ICE cannot enter into private spaces like your home,
obviously,
school, or a private area of your workplace without a judicial warrant signed by a judge.
So if you see ICE in there, I mean, 9 times out of 10, they're going to have that judicial warrant. And if they don't, trust me, ICE is playing by the book because they know mainstream media can't wait for them to fuck up. So they're, trust me, if you see ICE in your area, they most likely have that warrant.
Looks like this. Sometimes ICE will show you paperwork that looks like this and tell you that they have the right to arrest you. That is false. ICE is legally allowed to lie to you, but you have the right to remain silent. If you're being detained, you may always ask, "Am I free to go?" repeatedly until they answer you.
And another far-left politician is now taking it a step further. Take a look.
The message that we are sending to our Somali community, to our Latino community, to any community that is being targeted, is that we stand with you. Minneapolis is not backing down. Our police officers will not coordinate with any federal agency that is doing immigration law enforcement work. We stand with the community members that make Minneapolis the extraordinary place that it is, and we aren't backing down. We're rock solid in support of them.
Now, that was the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry on national TV bragging about doing anything he can do to keep criminal illegal aliens on the streets. And by the way, as we head into a midterm election year, I hope every American remembers the big lie. The border's closed, the border's secure, and all the hard work that Democrats are putting into protecting even those criminal illegals, allowing them to run free in your town, in your city. And meanwhile, in the deep blue state of Illinois, nearly 1,800 criminal illegals have been released this year as state officials ignore ICE detainers, even for violent felons. This includes individuals linked to homicide, assault, home invasions, even sex predators have been released onto the streets, which is pure insanity. And of course, thanks to Joe Biden, there are millions of all of these unvetted illegal immigrants, many with criminal records. Well, they're living all across the country. And with the election safely in the rearview mirror, the New York Times is now finally reporting that Biden's own advisors warned him that his border policies would create chaos and a lot of suffering. But Joe's inner circle just didn't seem to care. As Biden himself.
I mean, here's the problem. The man had no border policies. He just left the border open. He didn't enforce immigration law whatsoever for 4 years straight. So that's the reason why we had so many encounters at the border and so many people who made it in.
Clearly oblivious to everything happening around him. So let's be clear. The consequences here are not theoretical. For example, this weekend, a criminal illegal immigrant who was previously deported multiple times, stabbed a person on the very same Charlotte, North Carolina rail system where that young Ukrainian refugee was murdered on video by a career criminal. That was just a short time ago. And yet, for some reason, elected Democrats continue to allow violent, criminal, illegal immigrants back.
Now, there's one thing that the right fails to do, though, is to make that argument against the left that, all right, do you understand that blue states have more crime, less affordability? I mean, like, come on now. You guys should be able to drive that home pretty easily. Actually, even when they bring up the topic of red states, well, when you microscope the problem, you look in on these red states, you realize that the high crime areas are blue cities. And when you look up the most expensive places to live, you're looking at blue states and blue cities. So you guys can definitely drill home the affordability crisis and flip it back on the Dems and be like, well, why aren't the Dems making it more affordable for these people to live in their states and their cities? Because they're not. Instead, they're complaining to you guys about affordability. They're saying, oh, Trump is failing on affordability. But the problem is, though, that your senator, your governor has done nothing about affordability for you guys. And I will tell you this is proof. The fact that I can pay 20 to 30% less on groceries in Ohio than in almost any blue state says something. Well, less than groceries than in any blue state says a lot. The fact that I pay about 30% less on groceries than somebody in New York, California, shoot, I would say, name one other one, Vermont, Delaware, Maryland, all those blue states, I pay less than. Actually, across the board. And that's a lot of red states that pay less than blue states across the board. So it's funny how Republicans just can't make that easy argument. And it's people that Mark Levin had to make it for them, of all people.
Out onto your streets, putting all of you and your families at risk. Meanwhile, President Trump's DHS, well, they have a holiday message for those criminals. Ho, 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 you're going home. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
All right, now let's get into this Erica Kirk interview and let's see what she's talking about. Let's see what the young lady's talking about.
All right, Charlie Kirk's final book that he finished only 1 month before his assassination. It is now out in bookstores around the country. Stop in the Name of God, Why Honoring the Sabbath Will Transform Your Life. By the way, you can get it. Go to 45books.com. You can get a copy. It's also in bookstores around the country. Now, the book takes on the machine that we kind of look at it as modern life. This, all day. You ever see somebody at a dinner table? They're like, everyone's looking at their own phone, right, Erica? We'll talk about that. It's a never-ending distraction for everybody, which, which we all seem to be addicted to. This book is encouraging all of us 1 day a week to turn this off, to turn off electronics, learn to be present with our significant others, with our loved ones, with our children, and truly rest 1 day a week. God created the world in 6 days. He rested on the seventh. And to do that in the name of God and honor the Sabbath. Erica Kirk, the CEO of Turning Point USA, joins us now for this interview. It's so good to see you. I got to spend time with you earlier today.
I loved it.
You stuck with me twice.
We're stuck. Our whole team is all stuck together.
Oh yeah,
we got good.
Mikey taking a million
right.
videos over there. Before we talk about the book, which is really, I think, can transform people's lives.
Absolutely.
How are you doing? How are the kids?
Doing the best you could expect. God is good, and we have the most amazing Turning Point USA family. They've rallied around myself, my children, and chosen family is everything. And then of course we're blessed with our family itself. But people like you, Ainsley, it's priceless. It's priceless.
You go through this period, and they have the shock of something like this happen.
Right.
All right. I don't think this is going to be too much of an informational. They're going to give her a softball interview, and they're not going to go over any real details on her political views. So we're going to go ahead and get over to the next video. But shout out to my man Jay Swag. He says, people complaining about Texas has more crime than California seem to forget that California refuses to prosecute most crimes like theft, assault, drugs. And you do got to remember, they were the ones actually telling people, well, it's not theft unless you steal over $900. Thank God they reversed that, but they were definitely on that, which is absolutely insane. But all right, now let's get into this.
Who Knew What and When is Minnesota-based journalist who's been covering the fraud since, I believe, 2018, if I have that correctly, Liz, but it's Liz Collin. And I know that she's also spoken to a lot of people who've been hard to reach. We've asked for a lot of
Oh,
people.
and the last part of his chat, go fuck yourself.
Of Minnesota, you managed to accomplish getting in contact with these prosecutors. Let's talk about exactly what's going on. Fry, Omar, Ellison, how deep does this go into politics?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, there is an overlap with plenty of Democrats in power in Minnesota with all of this. It was the spring of 2021 when the raids involved with the $250 million fraud scheme tied to Feeding Our Future was first exposed. Even before that, though, you're right. There was a suspected $100 million fraud tied to overbilling at dozens of Somali-owned daycare sites in Minnesota. That was making news back then. So the question of who knew what and when, you laid that out. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, she held several events at the restaurant named in the Feeding Our Future fraud, including hosting her congressional win in 2018 at that very restaurant. So she knew one of the owners very well. Salim Saeed is his name, who has since been convicted. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry's senior policy aide, Abdi Nur Salah, also entered a guilty plea. He was tied to the case. Campaign donations from some of the defendants in Feeding Our Future eventually returned, as you mentioned, to Jacob Fry, Attorney General Keith Ellison, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. But you're right, I sat down with the lead prosecutor in the case, Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, talked to him months ago, and I asked him, will we see any of these political leaders indicted? At the time, he said he could not comment on future indictments, but even back then, the feds made it very clear that it seemed that these cases were still wide open. And now we're hearing about multiple social programs in Minnesota. And these investigations seem to be wide open at this case. And I think this federal spotlight certainly is helping at this moment, Will.
Okay, let's explore really quickly together, Liz, the questions of could and did. What I mean by that is we have audio of Keith Ellison. And as you know, Keith Ellison having a conversation with many of the people involved in this program, wherein he seems to be suggesting that he'll get into any type of investigators off their back. Like if there's any holdup in some of the money going to their programs that were fraudulent, he'll grease the wheels, he'll figure out how to keep it going. They were complaining that people were starting to step in and stop the flow of funds. And Ellison seemed to be saying, well, where, how, I'll figure it out. So the question is could and did. Could this have been to this scale without all of these politicians knowing about it? And did they know about it?
It seems at this point, Will, hard to believe that someone did not know about this. You have a state senator, Omar.
Yeah, I said the same thing. I'm like, it's really hard to believe that Omar didn't know about this, that Tim Walz didn't know about this. Like, there got to be more people included that, but I can see how they'll have their scapegoats and those guys won't even get touched. Because let's be real, if they were going to get touched in any way, shape, or form, or if anything was ever going to come down on them, trust they wouldn't be all over TV right now.
Fate celebrating the fact that the money kept flowing. You have a city council member in Minneapolis.
And shout out to my man Jay Swag. He says, on the right, we value free speech. I want the racists to speak to how to know who's racist. Facts. Leftists cry Nazi. They project and they are real. They are the real. Well, I would say this. They are kind of like real fascists in a way, because anytime you go against anything they say, they get straight to demonizing you. They get straight to damn near, bro. If you ever heard a TikTok debater, they'll say, oh, I hope you never procreate. Oh, I hope people like you don't. I hope people like you die out. I'm just like, bro, why you got to get so nasty? It does not have to be like that. And you do not have to demonize people by calling them Nazis because you disagree with them on abortion. Like, it's not that serious.
Also part of that celebration that was actually held. It's on video. There are recordings of that as well. And our reporting dates back years at this point, going over that celebration that took place. Unless none of these people, which I find it very hard to believe, are not talking to each other at all. And now you also have these whistleblowers that have come forward recently saying that they went to Governor Tim Walz 7 years ago when he first came into office, and they wanted to bring these red flags to his attention. And they say that they were met with silence. So we're seeing that now on, Medicaid funding perhaps being cut if Walz doesn't take this more seriously, according to that letter that was sent from the federal government on Friday. But we have multi-billions of dollars in fraud in Minnesota. And again, this has been ongoing for years. So just on a personal level, I've been a reporter for 20 plus years now. At this point, I find it really hard to believe that someone at the top did not know something.
Well, I have no doubt, Liz, that you'll be the first to know if that prosecutor, Thompson, comes back.
Yeah, as time goes on, we're going to figure out a lot more. But all right, now let's go ahead and get on to the next one with the 5. And let's see what they're talking about.
The New York Times finally getting around to covering the Biden border disaster with a lengthy piece on how Sleepy Joe ignored warnings and lost Americans' faith in immigration. Quote, the Democratic president and his top advisors rejected recommendations that could have eased the border crisis that helped return Donald Trump to the White House. Chaos was the word advisors had used in a memo during the campaign. Meanwhile, less than a month until Zoran the Destroyer gets sworn in as New York City mayor. And he's dishing out advice on how to thwart ICE.
Of course.
As mayor, I'll protect the rights of every single New Yorker. And that includes the more than 3 million immigrants who call this city their home. But we can all stand up to ICE if you know your rights. ICE is legally allowed to lie.
You know, comments like this right here is hilarious because didn't CNN just get caught for lying and pretty much calling the January 6th pipe bomber a white man? So it's real funny how y'all nitpick when a news channel just recently lied to you right in y'all faces. And I've not heard not one Democrat or leftist call it out.
You have the right to remain silent. New York will always.
It's all good when they do it, though, right?
I will fight each and every day to protect, support, and celebrate our immigrant brothers and sisters.
Comrade Z isn't the only icebreaker. A newly elected Democrat congresswoman from Arizona is going Karen on ICE agents. Filmed herself on Friday yelling at ICE agents and getting in their way. All right, Kaylee, what do you think's going on here?
I think the left has learned no lessons. Stand up to ICE
Obviously
is not the message you have 10 months, 11 months, 12 months, a year out from losing the presidential election in royal fashion, losing every single swing state, giving Donald Trump the first time winning the popular vote for Republican nominee in 20 years. The message is not double down and stand up to ICE. The message is reverse course. And I love that there's now coverage of Biden just totally ignoring that he had the power to fix this, and he did. And I screamed from the rooftops during the Biden era. He kept saying, Congress should act, Congress should act. And I said, you have 212F authority under the Immigration and Nationality Act to act. It essentially gives you carte blanche as a president to stop immigration where necessary and in whatever fashion you see fit. He didn't use it. And now we're getting headlines like here in New York, 6,947 illegal immigrants were released from jails out into the streets, connected to 29 homicides, just released out into the streets. And then you look and the headline that hasn't gotten much coverage, but is deserving of it, 62,000 illegal immigrants, children that were put in sex trafficking and child labor were rescued by President Donald J. Trump.
Yep.
There is a
I mean, yeah, of course, on those weed farms or those farms that was getting kicked in. Yes, those were literally children that was pretty much being enslaved on farms in America. Yeah, I know. But for some reason, the Dems didn't want you to know about that. They didn't want you to know about the unaccompanied minors that made it over here and how we just gave them to sponsors that we can no longer track now. Yeah, they didn't want you to know about that part, how they just recklessly lost about over 100,000 kids. But, oh, no, Trump is the evil guy. Trump's the one who hates kids, right? But Biden's the one who lost about 300,000 of them into probably the sex trade and labor slavery. But Trump's the bad guy, though, right? Right.
A human consequence when you allow unfettered immigration. It is little children, little babies who are put in atrocious situations. Donald Trump has reversed this, and Zoran Mamdani is going to double down. ICE is the enemy. ICE. Good luck. I think it's going to be a disaster come a few months from now.
Why did it take so long, Harold, for the New York Times to report on the Biden White House?
I don't underestimate it. They can still get off
with you, Jesse. I don't know why it took so long. It's obvious from the reporting. Even before the reporting, around this table, we recognize how severe and how serious a problem this was for the country and politically for President Biden. It's hard to imagine a country, we're such a kind and compassionate country. No country's brought in or accepted or welcomed more foreign immigrants than we have. Yet we can't take everyone for a variety of reasons. One being we're probably letting too many violent people over many years. And for that matter, not just the last 4, but even prior to that. I think as we think about where we are now, I give President Trump all the credit in his efforts to lock down our border. What he's faced with now is a challenge, and we're seeing it across the country. And I don't agree with what Mayor-elect Mandami's approach. It would seem to me, right after you're elected on the platform of affordability, that the thing you would be doing would be trying to figure out ways to make life more affordable, housing, groceries, and other things here in the city, particularly housing. And for that.
Oh, and shout out to my man Luke Field. I'm sorry that I'm seeing this late. He sent a laughing disco for 250 jewels. And shout out to my man I am maced. Well, it is what it is. I appreciate the support, man. He sent in 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the gifts, my people. Appreciate the gifts.
Matter healthcare. I'd be focused a little bit more on that. But what President Trump, I think, is dealing with and Congress is dealing with is something we talked about also, the hierarchy of deportations, the hierarchy of actions. You look at, I think if you polled anybody in the country, I'd be a part of that 80 to 90% saying the president's right to lock down the border. And he's even more than right, if not 100% of us saying, send back the criminals, send back the violent people, find ways. I think there's some dispute over whether we should be sending them back to countries they're not from. But you get violent people out here, I don't care where you send them to.
I mean, hey, man, sometimes we got to send them to countries where they ain't from because, you know, just like remember Kilmar Garcia, how he said, no, don't send me there. There might be gangs over there that want to take my head. Well, for guys like that, we got to send them somewhere else.
The challenge now is what are we doing with people who have been here for a period of time, who are working, who are raising families? And I think that's where the debate and dispute is. And hopefully Congress will enter that conversation. But you asked a basic question. I don't know what took the New York Times so long to do this. I applaud them for doing it. But I think maybe if some of this had come out earlier, the outcome of the election would have probably been the same, to Kaylee's point, but it might have forced or catalyzed some legislative action from Democrats and Republicans alike in the Congress prior to the election.
Dana P.
Well, I do not applaud them for writing it 5 years late. In fact, I would like to join a class action refund lawsuit as a subscriber, because if it's all the news that's fit to print and they didn't see fit to print it until later, and now the way they print it is, it's almost worse. So they write a memo to Biden during the transition, during the campaign. It's like, well, you know, if we do this, this could really cause a problem. And now those very people who ignored the memo, including Biden, are now having this little butt covering exercise in the New York Times saying, well, gosh, you know what? That really was bad, wasn't it? But they're saying that Biden was the responsible one. But so did he ignore the memo or did he want this? And I think that if you say that he wasn't really controlling things, that the people that worked for him, that were operating him like a transformer, they did want the chaos. And now we are paying the price.
I mean, obviously they wanted this. I mean, let's be real. Even in their own arguments, they exposed that they literally wanted mass migration, even if it was undocumented. Because, like, shout out to my boy Sid. As much as I like Sid, this man is what he's wilding, in my opinion, when he says, "Oh, well, because of our low birth rate, we need to bring in immigrants." And I'm like, bro, that's actually just how they want you to think. So. Because then here's the thing, when is enough immigrants? And if Sid keeps saying, well, by the number of how much babies we failed to have, well, what is that number? And I know he'll probably won't be able to answer that. But the Dems answers, we'll just keep bringing in more immigrants instead of making things more affordable for the American people so that I'll promote to have more kids. So pretty much for some reason, the Democrat policy is F the American people and just bring in more immigrants. Like, we don't got to fix affordability if we can just bring in more immigrants. And that's a bad strategy. And I don't think that's where Sid is going with it. In his heart, he's thinking that, well, we got to fix that problem. This is an easy fix. He's not really thinking down the line with it. But if you think down the line with it, you're literally putting these people over the American citizens instead of actually fixing things for us. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
For it. And the biggest price is being paid by people who are trying to do it legally, to get into this country legally. Everybody that was in line for their path to citizenship, that had done all the right things. Well, guess what? Now you have the result in this New York Times story is that you have people in America, American citizens, declining their support for people who are doing the process legally in terms of getting more immigrants into this country. Now that push is even worse. So you have legislators like Dick Durbin now, he just introduces the DREAM Act again. And you think, well, what Republican's going to come forward and want to do that with you when you were complicit in the chaos theory of the Biden administration? So I think the New York Times Times really should refund me for the past 5 years.
It's an expensive subscription.
It is.
Tyrus.
The slow clap.
You get the slow clap. Hindsight's 2020, but I guess bullshit is year long. Like this is wow. You're reporting that it's a problem now. Do you realize if they actually did their job as journalists, the ICE wouldn't have to be doing what it's doing right now? So in cause and effect, you don't like ICE, thank yourself, media, because you didn't report anything. New York Times, it's laughable.
Brand new in our politics lead, Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is getting into the Texas Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate with the help of President Trump.
Sorry, guys. I said we're about to go ahead and get into the left side of media with Jasmine Crockett preparing to run for Senate because she's about to lose her congressional seat, which is hilarious to me. Because guess what? The Supreme Court said that, yo, Texas, you can go ahead and do all the redistricting you want. It doesn't matter. Just do it. You know, the Dems did it all for race, man. Y'all can do it too, bro. F what they talking about. The Supreme Court is behind the Republicans on adding those 5 seats. So, like I said, it is a beautiful day in Washington, D.C., but it is a terrible and dark day. Well, beautiful day in Washington, D.C. for the Republicans, but it is a terrible and dark, gloomy day for the Democrats.
Well, here's her new campaign launch video.
Let's hear it.
She's a very low IQ person.
Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding.
Now they're going to rely on Crockett. Crockett's going to bring them back.
The news comes after former Congressman Colin Allred dropped out of the race this morning. My panel's here to discuss. Karen, what do you think of that launch video?
I love
it. No, she got powered in. She got pulled in. If she made him like back down, he knows his political stock is nowhere near Jasmine Crockett's. He knows it. And that is true. Like I'll be real with you. Jasmine Crockett, I mean, as far as a politician goes, her charisma is there, but her intelligence is not. Maybe, and the way she plays the part of the hood chick in politics is, well, I mean, it's easily see-through if you actually know hood chicks, but if you don't, you're actually buying this bullshit.
This morning, my panel's here to discuss. Karen, what do you think of that launch video?
I love it. Good for her. It's different, right? I mean, this is in this media environment, you got to break through, and that's one way to break through. And she clearly understands, at least to start in a primary, right? You got to raise money. And how do you raise money? You raise money by saying, this is the guy we're going to be fighting against, right? So I thought it was great. I love it.
And here's
and
what
she looks gorgeous, by the way.
Here's what former Congressman Allred, former NFL player, told CNN's Dana Bash earlier today about his decision to withdraw his bid for Senate and run for a House seat instead. Take a listen.
Jasmine Crockett is very openly considering running. Is that part of why you decided to not run anymore?
Yeah, of course it is. And I think,
damn.
Listen, Jasmine's a friend of mine, and we've certainly.
And this is why I'm about to make it really. This may sound incredibly sexist, but this is why nobody can respect the guys in the Democratic Party. Y'all bend the knee to the women, to the radical socialist women in y'all party. Y'all sit there and bend the knee. Bro didn't even want to try. And then he even sounds like a sucker. So I'm a little bit salty with the Democrat Party when it comes to the men there, because y'all just love bending the knee to the women in that party. Like from Chuck Schumer to this guy right here to Hakeem Jeffries, y'all all just bend the knee to women, huh? That's what y'all like to do. I just cannot imagine. I'm sorry, I just couldn't do it.
Together, I've known her since before we were both, in elected office. But it was about the fact that with 3 strong candidates running, that we would certainly have a runoff.
So this does leave the Democratic primary field open right now, pretty much between State Representative James Tallarico, who we had on the show last week, and now Congresswoman Crockett. Who do you think will be the stronger Democrat to take on the Republican? And it's not just a throwaway because it's Texas, because it does look like the Republicans in Texas are not going to stick with their incumbent Senator John Cornyn, and they're going to go with a guy who's got a lot more baggage.
It's probably going to be Ken Paxton. I'd be surprised if Cornyn figured out a way to pull it out, the hat out of the bag, as they say. But I was talking to someone who's close to the Congresswoman, and they made two interesting points to me. If it is Ken Paxton, they personally believe that.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. It's crazy how I forgot this one, but he says, "Where's the TDS vaccine? The Dems love all vaccines. I know, and bro, TDS vaccine is untested. We ain't tested on nobody, but trust me, bro. Trust the science. It's been stamped by Dr. Fauci. Yeah, the Dems are gonna take it after that because a doctor approved it."
Jasmine Crockett, according to some early internal data, would be a more superior candidate than Tellerico. Two, Texas has the largest number of black voters of any southern state, which I actually did not know. I was just made aware of this. And so they're
all right. So this is the competition here. So she got the Democrat candidates, Texas Senate primary candidates. I would have to look up these three guys, but right now it does look like James and Jasmine Crockett are the two guys that are up. And here's the thing. I think that Jasmine is going to be way more popular than James. James, I'm sorry, but you are unless you're a gay white man, you're not going to beat Jasmine Crockett. You're not going to beat a black woman as a Dem. I'm be real with you. This is not going to happen. So unless you're a gay white man with a black boyfriend, you're not about to beat Jasmine Crockett.
looking at those dynamics, and they're saying, hey, we think we could have a competitive opportunity to potentially win the state. Now, as a conservative, I am a bit worried about Paxton. I think we should stick with Cornyn. That would be in our best interest. But it doesn't appear to be what Texas voters want, Jake. And so if that's the decision that they choose, it's going to be a tough race ahead.
Well, let's talk about that. The polls on the Republican side, recent polls show the incumbent Senator John Cornyn. He's running behind Attorney General Paxton and Congressman Wesley Hunt, who's something of a conservative firebrand as well. How do you see all the math on this? I mean, there is an argument to be made that maybe Democrats should go with a more centrist candidate if the seat is actually up for grabs. I'm not saying I'm
but Democrats don't want a centrist candidate. I mean, you guys want a centrist candidate, but the Democratic base, especially the younger side, no, they want a far left candidate. They want a candidate like Zohan Mandani, AOC, Jasmine Crockett. That's what they want, and they're gonna vote for that. Like, trust me, if y'all wanted a centrist candidate, y'all have got one a long time ago, or y'all probably voted for Cuomo. But as we're seeing across the board is that, no, y'all want people who are far left who is going to fight against Trump. And if that's what the base wants, I mean, that's what the base is going to vote for.
No, agreed. And look, that is going to be what you hear from, I would argue, probably the party committees, right? Because they like to play it safe. But here's the thing about someone like a Jasmine Crockett. Number one, she is going to excite new voters and potentially, depending upon how they're thinking about the race, take a look at the state and say, how do I get those Black voters who aren't voting, who aren't registered? Let's get them registered. Let's get them engaged. Let's do the same thing with Latino voters. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, it feels like, I mean, to say Ken Paxton has baggage is a very generous way to say it, right? And so the Republican side is going to have a conversation about, well, which do we want? What do we want to defend? The status quo, the baggage? What are we doing here? And particularly in an era where, let's be clear, Republicans are going to have a tough year next year. The economy is not necessarily going to get better. Inflation is still high. The cost that people are spending right now at Christmas time, running up their credit card debt, is going to hit them next year.
All right, keep going.
So it's going to be a tough year for Republicans.
So, Michael, what is the problem with Cornyn? He's a very conservative.
Yeah, Republicans don't tackle affordability by midterms. It will be a problem. Or if they don't, and like I said, it's kind of funny how they don't spin that argument back on the Dems and be like, all right, well, how come Republican states or red states are more affordable than blue states? Want to answer that? And I'm pretty sure if we ran a poll, a lot of people would say that the affordability crisis are worse in blue states than in red states. So why aren't Dems able to handle affordability? And here's the thing, you guys completely completely effed up on affordability under Biden. I mean, let's be real. And the F up under Biden, we're still feeling the effects of it today because the price increase ain't going nowhere. Now we got to bet on wages to outpace inflation. And that's because of the Biden administration. Let's not forget that. So as much you guys want to sit there and harp on affordability, which honestly, I actually like that they're doing it because I do believe that Trump do actually need to hone in on affordability more and start broadcasting, the plans being built, the deals being made. and of course the helping of the American worker or American companies as well. That's all we need that's all really we want to see. And if he's too busy worrying about what's going on in Venezuela, Ukraine, and Israel, then him losing the midterms, I wouldn't be too surprised at. Or the Republicans losing the midterms, I wouldn't be too surprised at. And sadly, the Republicans, honestly, they do seem to care more about foreign policy than that, domestic policy, which is absolutely insane. I mean, look at guys like Ted Cruz. Like guys like him, I wouldn't be too surprised if he lost to a Democrat. Because I'm just like, bro, you literally went on TV and said that you care more about Israel than the United States, but you're a U.S. senator. So I mean, like, bro, what the hell?
Republican. He's an establishment figure by now. Why is the MAGA base against him?
I think that Paxton, for a lot of MAGA voters in Texas, appear more closely aligned with President Trump in terms of his rhetoric. But I will add, even individuals like Chris LaCivita, co-campaign chair or co-campaign manager of the president's recent presidential campaign, he's even been on X talking pretty relentlessly about the need for Republicans to support Cornyn over Paxton and over the congressman. I mean, I think he's even said a couple of weeks ago the congressman should just get out of the race all together. Wesley Hunt. Yeah. And so it shows you that even those close to the president recognize the importance of this seat. They don't want to give Paxton the opportunity to lose the seat to someone like Jasmine Crockett. And I know there's a lot.
No, Edwin. If here's the thing, you're right. Trump did do spending, but Biden add substantially on top of that. If you actually look at the consumer price index under Biden and how it went up 20%, you also can compare that to the money supply going up 20%. And when the money supply goes up, yes, that is inflation. So the fact that Biden sat there added on to the crazy spending that Trump had to do because of COVID. This man was doing reckless spending outside of COVID. So no, we're not passing the blame. We're giving you the proper blame we're giving Biden the proper blame that he deserves because it shows all in the charts. Like, I'm sorry, but I know you guys want to sit there and pass the affordability crisis on to Trump, but prices skyrocketed under you guys. Inflation was at an all-time high under Biden. So you can't sit there and say that, oh, well, you guys are just trying to pass blame on Biden. No, we're just trying to take the spin off of what CNN is doing. And the spin is that, oh, well, blame Trump for unaffordability, even though we're the reason why you're dealing with the prices today.
That one could say about the congresswoman on my side, but I do not underestimate her at all. I think she is very articulate in terms of her political skills, and her ability to mobilize voters, Black and Hispanics, is something that as a Republican strategist, I am watching.
Where are Democrats on whether they have any shot? I mean, the pipe dream of turning Texas blue or winning a statewide federal office out of Texas for Democrats, it's repeated and frequently fails. We'll let Mo walk into this.
Yeah, he can do the history, but it's been like 3 decades since they won a statewide race in Texas, a Senate seat in Texas. This does seem like a prime opportunity. The Republican side is messy.
Bro, are you dumb? Are you dumb? If the tariffs were the reason why things were so expensive, that would reflect it in the consumer price index time over. Instead, there's a base tariff of 10%, but prices have not went up by 10%. If you actually been looking at the consumer price index, it's been going up by 0.3% month over month. So you don't even know what you're talking about. And if you actually understood tariffs, you would actually see how the supplier can eat the tariff, the importer can eat the tariff on the profit margin or on their overhead. And you can actually see that being reflected through pricing already, because if that was true and it just went straight down to us, then why are we seeing a 10 to 15 increase in pricing? And if you say we are, then you're lying because you haven't been looking at the consumer price index. Like I said, they think they know something, but they really don't.
Jasmine Crockett has
They can't even tell me what a tariff is.
high name recognition. She also has a lot of remarks that Republicans are excited to use against her. Cornyn, earlier when she was talking about it, Senator Cornyn was already goading her to get in, saying, run, Jasmine, run. So I think she's divisive. They want to paint her as like too far left. She kind of really popped on the national stage when she did that dad built bleach blonde.
Well, yeah, we can watch that. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that moment, just because it helps explain, especially in kind of our celebrity political culture, part of why Jasmine Crockett has stood out on the stage. Here is the confrontation between her and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I think your fake
courtroom.
eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
What now?
Oof.
That was a great moment in life.
Ooh, I ain't gonna lie though. Now, Jasmine Crockett, like, look, bro, that's one thing you don't want to do. Try to come at a black woman with jokes. Go joke for joke with black people with a black woman. Oh my God, you're setting yourself up for failure, boy. Ill-built butch body. Ooh, damn. And all she had for her was those obsessively long eyelashes.
Last year's
Which
Congress.
do look crazy.
Look, she went viral after that. Biden, I remember, sent out a fundraising email with like BBBB as the subject line. They used her after the debate in the spin room. So that kind of launched her on
But if they ever got into a fight, Marjorie Taylor Greene versus Jasmine Crockett, I got my money on Marjorie Taylor Greene, bro. She is pretty cut.
the national stage. But there is a lot of comments that she has made about immigration that are just going to be easy to pound her with. I actually was surprised that she's strong enough that Colin Allred gets out because she gets in. That actually caught me by surprise today. I thought I didn't see that was an obvious. She wipes him out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. I found it interesting. She was willing to admit to me that she was out in the field with an internal poll, and she basically said, "Look, if this poll comes back in my favor, I'm going to run, and if it doesn't, I won't." Which is actually how these decisions get made, but people rarely say it in public. I mean, Mo, what do you think her chances are?
I don't know. First, she's got to get, Allred's out, but she still has a competitive primary here, right? James Tallarico, state legislator, is still in this race.
I don't know about James Tallarico, man. Like I said, if he's a straight white man, it's not going to work out, man. That man got to be gay, married to a black man. All right. That's the only way he's going to beat a black woman as a Democrat. That's the only formula for a white man in the Democratic Party. I'm sorry. You guys are kind of cooked. I mean, unless you're Gavin Newsom, and which you're not, I don't know. You're going to have to go the gay route. But shout out to my man Jet. TDS equals Dems sniffing elites farts covered chairs. Oh wow. TDS equals Dems sniffing elite farts covered chairs now. I mean, hey, bro, they've been holding water for the corporate elites. Actually, bro, these leftists will literally hold water for the corporate elites as long as it's going against Trump. Like, they'll support communist China as long as it's going against Trump. Actually, F it. They'll probably go fight for China if it meant going against Trump.
He's been building a real strong grassroots movement. When everyone thought it was going to be Allred versus Tao, that's what they were touting, was his grassroots fundraising, his grassroots organizing. She certainly brings quite a bit to the race too. So I think the Democratic primary, if you're just a student of politics, is still going to be a really fascinating primary to watch. And the Republicans are a mess. I mean, John Cornyn is no shoe-in for renomination with sort of MAGA favorite Ken Paxton
and it's
running.
worth kind of running through for viewers who are not in the weeds with the rest of us, right? We can put up who's running in these primaries. The Republican primary, Senator John Cornyn, longstanding member of Senate leadership. Okay, he's been around Washington a long time. He's done a lot of legislation, including working with Chris Murphy and other Democrats on a gun-related package that in some ways opened him up to challenges from the right. The Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton, is that right-wing challenge. Now, Paxton, Doug High, has a heck of a lot of baggage because he, of course, was the subject of investigation, criminal investigation. And there are a lot of Republicans in Texas who don't want him to run, but he's doing it anyway, right? So that's the backdrop against which Democrats think, well, maybe we have a shot here.
Yeah, we often hear don't mess with Texas. The reality is Texas is a mess. And it's a mess in both parties. Thank you.
You can't mess with Texas because it's already messed up.
And it's a mess on both sides. I mean, you've just outlaid there. I follow John Cornyn on Twitter, and he talks about Crooked Ken almost every 10 minutes. There's a lot of baggage on that side, but it is still Texas. It is still a Republican state. And if we go down to 2nd Street Northeast, where the Republican Senatorial Committee is, they are very happy that Jasmine Crockett has gotten into this race, that she somehow chased out the candidate that they...
I mean, yeah, she's like one of the Democrats' firebrand. I'm be quite honest with you. I mean, she got viral clips. So like I said, in terms of her intelligence and her policies, she ain't really demonstrated too much. But as far as being able, having charisma and being able to tell a joke and take hits and, fight against Trump, I mean, hey, yeah, she's definitely a firebrand for that one. I can't blame them for tagging on to that.
All eyes are back on Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene after the Trump loyalist turned critic spoke out in her first sit-down interview since announcing her resignation from Congress. Here's what she said about her colleagues in the GOP and President Trump.
I think they're terrified to step out of line and get a nasty Truth Social post on them. Yes, I watched many of my colleagues go from making fun of him, making fun of how he talks, making fun of me constantly for supporting him, to when he won the primary.
Hey, and shout out Nurse Terry. Hey, appreciate the support. She sent in a happy poo for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis.
In 2024, they all started, excuse my language, Leslie, kissing his ass and decided to put on a MAGA hat for the first time.
I mean, and let's be real though. She kind of got a point with that one because it's kind of funny. All the Never Trumpers are now so-called Trump's biggest supporters. Like all the Never Trumpers are the ones literally holding water for Trump the hardest. And I know you're thinking like, Seth, but what about you? Aren't you MAGA as well? Yeah, but I can call out Trump on BS. The problem is that guys like Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, Mark Levin, like all these guys that were Never Trumpers are the ones holding water the hardest for this man. And if you doubt anything Trump says, or if you try to go against it in any way, shape, or form, they try to sit there and just, back it up. Like when Trump said, I want to bring in 600,000 Chinese students. And I completely lost my shit over that. I was like, no, not at all. We don't need that. But here comes Ben Shapiro backing it up, going like, well, if you understand it, the way that things work and how the colleges systems are funded, you're like, the motherfucker, like, what do you mean? This is exactly what we're against. But once again, it's the Never Trumpers are now holding water for Trump the hardest.
President Trump on Truth Social this morning said the Congresswoman is, quote, not America first or MAGA, and, quote, her new views are those of a very dumb person. So let's go live now to CNN's Arlette Saenz on Capitol Hill. Arlette, what else did the Congresswoman say?
Well, Pamela, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is not holding back in talking about criticism of President Donald Trump and her fractured relationship. It really is a remarkable turn of events when you think about how Taylor Greene was one of the president's most ardent supporters up here on Capitol Hill. But slowly there has been a dissolving and fractured relationship between the president and the Georgia Congresswoman. One thing she also spoke about in this interview on 60 Minutes.
Nah, Gator, you wild. Gator, you wild as hell for saying that. My man said, bro, F those dead babies, bro. Stem cell research, bro. That's what I want to see. I'm like, man, bro, that's a bit effed up, but okay. That's where you're at with it.
Was the president's frustration with her for being one of 4 Republicans to sign on to a discharge petition, which forced a vote on the House floor to release the Jeffrey Epstein files in full. And she talked about in this interview her conversation with President Donald Trump on that issue. Take a listen.
We did talk about the Epstein files, and he was extremely angry at me that I had signed the discharge petition to release the files. I fully believe that those women deserve everything they're asking. They're asking for all of it to come out. They deserve it. And he was furious with me.
What did he say?
He said that it was going to hurt people.
Now, she has also broken with her party on a host of other issues, including on health care and Speaker Mike Johnson's decision to keep the House out of session throughout the government shutdown.
Whoa, bro. Bro, where are you in life right now? He's ain't it funny how you see every issue he and the Republicans prioritize seemed all negative, impact minorities. Dog, the tariffs were impacting billionaire business owners, and you guys were complaining about that. Like, what are you talking about? Actually, we're talking about, bro, what about the farmers? I mean, or are those all minorities? Aren't those most of those guys white guys? So what are you talking about? I mean, y'all literally make no sense with your criticism of Trump. Like, y'all literally say the opposite. Like, this guy was literally here arguing for the farmers, and it will turn around and say, oh, isn't it funny how Trump only hurt minorities and people of color? Okay, you know what? Delusion at its highest. Delusional at its highest.
Out. Now, Marjorie Taylor
You gotta
Greene
love
surprised
guys like
many
that
up here on
sometimes.
Capitol
God
Hill when
bless.
she announced she will be resigning from Congress in the coming weeks. And one thing that she said in this interview is that she has no plans to run for political office going forward after leaving Congress after just a few short years.
All right, Arlette Saenz, thank you so much. And we just want to note that Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene will be on the show here in the Situation Room with
Man.
Wolf.
And shout out to Jay. He's like, well, Gator got that big pharma stick firmly up it. I'm like, dog. Bro literally said, like, bro, I don't care if we have a million dead babies or a million lives that was taken out because of abortion. Bro, look, think about stem cell research. I was like, bro, that's probably one of the most cold-blooded things I've heard. Like, damn. And he said, oh, they're just tissues. Well, what are those tissues made up of? Cells. And if you ever were in biology, what were cells referred to as? The building blocks of life. So isn't anything like what a cellular structure or cellular tissues would be considered life? I mean, you know, if you actually went to biology, you would know this, right?
Tomorrow.
Looking forward to that interview tomorrow with her.
Okay, I want to give people some context for kind of a collection of greatest hits, some of the things that Greene has said in the past.
Let's get to it.
Anybody else?
Should the defense secretary?
What country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
The UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting.
Let's go.
You know we're here
about
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about. I guess
I
you still
think your
stuck in the
fake
courtroom.
eyelashes are messing up. No, a little communist from New York City. That's right. Yeah, lock her up too. That's a good idea.
She better show up. If she chickens out, then she shows exactly who she really is, a scared little girl that is pretty stupid and doesn't know anything.
So what's the gossip in lawmakers circle about this rebrand?
I'm really going to miss serving with Representative Taylor Greene. Look, I think she's actually right. Our politics are toxic here in DC. And I think that we have to do something about acknowledging that it is what it is, that we're the ones that created it and that we're the only ones who can change it. So I actually think that we have a responsibility, and I think in the minority of the conversation on the Hill with my colleagues on this. I think we have to accept Marjorie at her word and say, I hope that you have come to this place where you think that you've contributed and you think it's wrong. But I also believe like your actions have to follow your words now. Don't just say it and then be confrontational in an interview about it. Show me with your actions, both the rest of your time in Congress and then outside of Congress.
I was struck by she was pushing back a little bit on the rebrand there. I mean, trying to deflect with Leslie Stahl. The reality is I was in her district a couple weeks ago talking to people. She's still figuring it out. So I think this whole idea of a rebrand, I think we're probably just gonna have to wait and see what's next. She definitely wants to be part of the pretty small, she said she's not MAGA, she's America First. I thought that was also interesting at the very end of that. But look, I mean, we could fill the whole hour with things that she has said in her very brief time in Congress.
Just so you
Thank
know,
you.
I will not
Thank you
do
very
that.
much.
It's
But
Monday.
The reality is, I think her rebrand is still kind of a work in progress.
Yeah, and also we may be making it into some sort of 4D media chess when really maybe she just got exhausted, got scared from the attack from the president. It could be a number of things.
Yeah, I think she just wants to, she claims that she wants to bring more decorum to this office, you know, be less partisan, be less critical. But then when you see, to your point, an interview like that, it comes to show that it's convenient to say that you want to be that thing, but when your back is pushed against a wall, she still gets extraordinarily defensive. I honestly think she just needs a little media training work. If you want to come out and be that bigger person, you got to figure out how to not get defensive in an interview about it and deliver a really strong answer that makes me believe that you're the person.
I mean, no. Let's be quite honest, though. In that interview, the lady that was pretty much saying, well, you know, you've still been engaged. And I'm like, here's the thing. Both sides have been engaged in like wild rhetoric against each other. So the fact that the lady was trying to spin it as if it was only the right doing so, that's why Marjorie Taylor Greene kind of snapped at her like, lady, you've done it too. Actually, we're on 60 Minutes. And didn't you guys almost get sued for doing some wild stuff about like this? Or like, what? Honestly, no, the way you edit a video with Kamala Harris or the way you edit Trump's interview, didn't y'all catch heat over that? All right, then. So who are you guys to talk about, you know, political rhetoric or even just political tampering in general? But all right, let's get right back to it.
person that you say you want to become.
So I want to ask you, we are hearing from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of your former colleagues, who has now is leaving Congress. She says her Republican colleagues are terrified to step out of line with President Trump. She was in a new 60 Minutes interview. I want to play the clip because I just want to hear what you think about what she's saying. This is what she told 60 Minutes.
Behind the scenes, do they talk differently?
Yes.
How?
Oh, it would shock people.
Well, let's shock people.
Okay. I watched many of my colleagues go from making fun of him, making fun of how he talks, making fun of me constantly for supporting him, to when he won the primary in 2024, they all started, excuse my language, Leslie, kissing his ass and decided to put on a MAGA hat for the first time.
So look, you have been a Republican in Congress. Was this your experience as well? The idea of what's happening behind the scenes and what's happening in front of the cameras, and what Republicans have to balance between coming out against President Trump, but also knowing that maybe they don't agree with him or that it's not good for their district?
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, these members of Congress, and I'm not saying this is a cheap shot. I've just lived it. They're not doing their job. Your job, according to the Constitution, is to represent the best interest of the 700,000 people for a member of the House. They do. But there was a congressman in the south part of Houston. He just announced he wasn't running again. His name slips my mind. But he at one point at the beginning of this term said, "My job is to do exactly what Donald Trump tells us. If he says jump, we say how high." That's the mentality. So Congress is basically, look, the Constitution, the founders of this country knew that a guy like Donald Trump would come along. They knew it. What they never expected was a Congress that would willingly give up its power like it has. So what Marjorie Taylor Greene's saying is right. Behind the scenes, they're scared to death. If they trust you, they'll tell you.
I mean, all right. So what do you say about the whole Biden fiasco? People knew that Biden's mental health was declining, and they were too afraid to get called out by the staffers to have a smear campaign done on them on CNN by Jake Tapper that they kept quiet about it. Isn't that the same thing that you're kind of complaining about Donald Trump with? How they were so afraid to get criticized that they didn't want to tell the American people the truth. So can we sit there and say that it actually happens on both sides, that nobody wants to get on the president's bad side because it's bad for their political stock? On both sides, that is a problem.
Like, this is awful.
And seeing the fact that, you know, any president, it be a Democrat or Republican president, can get any type of PAC to go out there and primary your ass.
But they absolutely will not come out against him. Even when they're not running again, Jessica, they don't come out against him because they don't want to hurt their ability to make money with the contacts they have after their time in Congress. That's why people that aren't running again stay quiet as well.
I know they call it whataboutism, but it's just like, nah, I'm just honestly just being consistent. I'm like, you guys want to sit there and talk about, oh, well, they don't want to go against Trump because, oh, did they just want to be a yes man? Well, what the hell do you call covering up Biden's mental health? Like, didn't you think that was a bunch of yes man activity too? Nobody wanted to break ranks to tell us that, yo, this man is low-key on a mental decline. Nobody broke ranks until what, after? Then Jake Tapper wants to come out with a book about it. Like, exactly. Like, who y'all to even say that? When y'all literally sat by for 4 years and let this man have a mental decline, and then what? Nobody wanted to stick up. Why? Oh, because he was the president and you guys want to stay in line. The same thing you were accusing Trump of, the Republicans are doing with Trump, the Dems are doing with Biden. I mean, the projection is real.
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite.
But let's go ahead and finish up this interview with Nick Fuentes and Pierce Morgan, because I got through about 75% of it. So let's get through the other 25.
Opposite. They're called the Groy-Bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Look, just to clear
up
one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is. Really, you've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no, I'm coming to the same part, because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true. Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much. You're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen
Preach.
misogyny part of that a little later, but
brazen
I'm just
misogyny.
curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women?
I mean, that is a respectable thing to say, I'll be quite honest, considering that there is people who want to see you dead, who want to hurt you physically, and who's willing to pull up to your house about it. Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to try to bring in a family, or it'd be pretty selfish to bring his family into that.
And
you literally just told your followers, hang on, in that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot. We can complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groy-bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Look, just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist.
Bruh, come on now. And like I said, I think I said this yesterday as well. Like, I don't like how you're trying to like bag on him for being a virgin. And I'm just confused. Like, hold on. So as a man, you get condemned for going out there messing with multiple women. And now you're getting condemned for saving yourself for marriage. And now they're trying to frame the kid as gay for saving himself for marriage. Really think about what we're saying right now. Like, I mean, I want you to imagine that this was your son and somebody's bashing him for saving himself for marriage. How would you feel about that? I mean, and thing is, I mean, are we willing to do the same thing to women too? Like, oh, come on, man, what's wrong with you? What, you can't get a man? You haven't had sex and you're 26? I mean, I thought that was commendable. I thought we were supposed to champion people who do that, not sit there and try to bastardize them or sit there and try to down them just because we don't agree with their opinions. But shout out to my man Jay says, nah, he's attracted to the well, my man Jay's not convinced. He said, nah, bro, he's definitely gay. Well, it is what it is, I guess. But Inside Out Tove, appreciate the support, sis. She says, did you hear what's going on with Tim Pool? I heard Tim Pool crying like a banshee about Candace Owens possibly gonna make the Republicans use the midterms. And I'm just like, bro, that is the most like BS. That's a BS statement. And I don't know why he went on there and ranted about Candace Owens. I think it's a jealousy thing, to be quite honest with you. But like, Candace Owens is not going to be the reason that the Republicans lose the midterms if they do. It's going to be the Republicans' refusal to focus on domestic policy instead of foreign policy. It's going to be the Republicans' refusal to cut down on spending instead of trying to increase spending for military. It's going to be the Republicans' refusal to actually lock up anybody in the goddamn deep state. It's like, that's what's going to lose them the midterms. There's nothing that Candace Owens does is going to affect the midterms more than that. And the fact that Tim Pool trying to scapegoat on that kind of lets us know who he's holding water for.
Old dinosaur, aren't he? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the
Yeah.
boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying.
Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, I did hear about that. His place was shot up as well, though. I did hear about that one. I thought that was like something on the internet, but I didn't really hear him confirm it himself. But I'm assuming that he did, since you're saying it, Tove. So hey, I hope I'm glad that he's safe. I'm glad that he's safe, though. He may be shutting down. Man, he better shut down on that location if that's the case. I mean, here's the thing. I feel bad for the man because bro got wife and kids and all that, and his wife and kids live at that location. So for it to get shot up, it's probably very nerve-wracking for him.
All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
What?
That's
Wow.
the thing, though. You boomers, it's
you think
always
you're an
get
expert
laid,
in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
I mean,
yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you're talking about empathy, and your kids are empathetic, and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust, and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So we are going back to the way
Let me play
things were.
another clip of yours about women.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics
But that's what
say.
you believe,
They
is
have
it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped, but there is a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean, that's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually...
No, it is true. I mean, let's be real. Actually, I remember there was a study where they was hooking up like little electrodes to women just to study what turns them on. And what women says they turn them on, like the women will say one thing, like, oh, I'm turned on by this. But when you hook them up to the, the little electrodes that track their arousal, they're not attracted to what they say, but they're usually attracted to what they don't say they like. So, I mean, if they say, I know it, let me not go too far into that example. All right, let's say this. She says she don't likes to get hit, but you show her a video of some girl getting hit and she gets turned on by it, strangely enough. But she'll sit there and tell you that, no, I don't like that, but you show her a video of it and you see signs of arousal. That's just how women are, sadly.
Ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women.
I mean, come on, Pierce. You're trying to sell it. I said this yesterday to my Pierce. You're trying too hard to sell that he hates women. And he doesn't even sound angry. He just said it so plain and simple. Like, he didn't even sound like Myron Gaines when he said it. Like, he wasn't even yelling.
I'm passionate. It's an issue
You're
I'm
not passionate.
about.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when?
I mean, wanting women to lose weight, be more healthy, and less annoying is hating women. So, what are you saying? We should let women just gorge themselves and, destroy their bodies and lose out on attractiveness, and that's loving women? So letting women destroy themselves is loving women, but helping women self-improve is hating women. Got it.
You don't have relationships. You don't have sex. When are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads.
Like if you are playing the field, I will not say like myself because I ain't going to screw myself over like that. But if you are playing the field, come on, bro. You know what this man's talking about. You know what he's talking about, to be quite honest with you. You know how annoying women could be. You know how women low-key don't even give a F about their weight. Most of them don't give a F about their weight no more. And it's kind of crazy, especially in my community. They really don't give a fuck about their weight for some reason. Not all of them, but majority of them. I do live in a community where about, I would say, what, 70, like maybe like 75 to 80% of the women in my community are overweight. And honestly, we're starting to see that reflect across all communities in America, where women are just becoming more overweight. And you know what's crazy? This is going to sound wild, but I do think that your weight plays into your character a little bit. I do think the more overweight you are, the more bad character that you have. So this is why I usually stay away from bigger women unless that ass is, I'm sorry. But yeah, I usually stay away from bigger women unless the proportions are there, because usually the weight usually comes with bad characteristics. And let's be real, if she's heavy, I mean, I'm be real with you, maybe delayed gratification definitely isn't one of her things. Obviously, self-control isn't one of her things. So how do you think that plays into other things in her life? Ask yourself those questions.
Like Bradley Martin, clavicular, they agree with me. You know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and,
I mean, Jet know what I'm talking about.
The guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing, you're a misogynistic pig, because I don't know what that is. I guess
well, come on, let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want, that they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny.
I mean, dog, let's be real. You if you talk to enough women, I mean, just talking to them, you'll know a lot about them. Now, I mean, as far as sexual dynamics go, that's a whole different conversation and just like mentally understanding women. But it is what it is. Shout out to Tove. She says, so fam, that works with the Catholic community, says Pierce is dangerously close to having a pension to be excommunicated, which is crazy. This is like, bro, you're Catholic. You should want your sons to save themselves for marriage. So the fact that Nick is doing that and you're joking, trying to call him a misogynist and trying to down him for being a man who's saving himself for marriage. I mean, would you say the same thing about your local pastor, Pierce? Because, you know, they're usually virgins and they usually save themselves for God. I mean, just like he's saving himself for marriage, in a way, is like saving himself for what? Basically saving himself for God, to do things how things are supposed to be done properly, which most of us fail to do, like myself. So I actually champion young men to actually want to take that approach.
But actually, you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old. And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position.
I mean, let's be real though. Like, here's the thing. These women like to act like they don't play into the misogynist views, like hypergamy or the divorce rate being so high, or even when it comes to these so-called the beta males and their girlfriends. Like, they actually be making some real valid points. I mean, you see what happened to Akash, right? I mean, bro, you see what happened to guys like Steve Harvey and all these guys that tell you, oh, you want to be in this type of relationship, but you find out that they're the sucker of the relationship. And we're actually looking in at a lot of relationships of our past and realizing that the men in our relationships are low-key, well, enslaved to their wives, which is tough. And if you're a wife that's dealing with a man like that, I mean, congratulations. But most guys don't want to be in a marriage like that or a relationship like that in general.
You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No, see, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said
these
you were a
words mean nothing
racist.
to me. Well,
You gave yourself.
Can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I
the
didn't
thing.
give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying
Why
to
are you
infer
screaming at
something
me?
that didn't happen. You said I gave you the
I
label
don't
of being
know
a
if you're
racist.
yelling.
No, you did. You said I'm a racist. You
Okay.
gave yourself the label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
You
man.
didn't deny
I'm
the
just
Holocaust.
past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview. Right? You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist, and you have spelled out a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole
I'm not saying
this is like a weird.
I'm not saying you have to
ahead.
care, Nick. You don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been overtly hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others. But you've grown increasingly disillusioned.
There we go. Get into it.
Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. You began your show in 2017, the same year as Trump was inaugurated for his first term in office. You supported him at that time, but you've grown increasingly disillusioned, I think it'd be fair to say. Let's play a recent clip from you about Trump.
We played this game in the first term. We're 10 years in. And you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about
come on now, Piers.
women. I mean,
Come on
about
now,
a lot
Piers.
of people. And you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative.
Cruel is wild. I mean, he's being real. And he may be wrong in a couple of things, but cruel is not it. I mean, and cruel to women, I mean, bro. I mean, cruel to women is like, I don't know, Pakistan or something. I mean, talk about that. But let's be real. Nick Fuentes is not talking about any cruelty to women. We're not talking about how we need to hit them over the head for talking back to us. Okay? Okay.
If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know, when they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner. What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye is my hero. Trump is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing, I still a personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was the love fest.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards for supping with the white supremacist devil. I mean, do you accept you are a white supremacist?
No, absolutely not.
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal before God.
Including women?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So you give women equal rights then?
No.
Great.
No.
Great. Okay. So you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
No. Why are you like mad about this? No.
You want women
and
to be
men are
treated
different.
equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
Yeah, because women.
I mean, can we do two things at once? Can we also treat women well and also not allow them to vote? Is that possible? Is that possible inside Pierce's mind? Because it doesn't sound like it. You tell Pierce that and he's hitting you with the. But Pierce, is it really that hard to say, like, yeah, bro, we can treat women right and with respect and also not allow them to vote? I mean, it's possible.
Men are different.
Look,
do you believe there are two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay. And so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to.
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Do you think the Catholic Church's teachings reflect that?
I do. Yeah, there's no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks all women should be deprived of vote?
Yeah, I think so.
No, they don't.
I think they do, yeah.
You think the Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
Huh.
I think so, yeah, but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
Oh, it should be.
It should be. So if you were Pope, that's what you do. You could be Pope because you're celibate.
That's true. And I'm also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look, I mean, women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men and they can't teach men. And that's why there's no female priests.
There's a lot of things in the Bible. I mean, do you take every word of the Bible as sacred?
Oh, like I said this earlier, but let me clear up what I was saying because it just sounded a bit effed up. To be honest with you, I don't listen to women unless, well, be real, they're older than me, or they've honestly established a high profession in a certain area where I need to listen to them in. It's like, that's really it. That is really it. I'm really not listening to the opinions of, well, honestly, younger women, and unless I'm looking for some type of like, well, result there, unless I'm running a poll, doing a study, I'm really about younger women. I'm really not caring too much about what they got to say, and I'm really not taking no. Lord knows I ain't taking no advice for them. Lord knows I ain't taking no advice from no woman younger than me. Like, come on now. Older than me, all right, sure, I'll hear them out. But you got to be at least be like 6-7 years older than me for me to hear you out on that note. And I know it sounds effed up, but that's just the way I am. It is what it is.
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of
But
it.
I mean,
is
is this now
all of it is
a
sacrosanct.
theological debate? Well, it is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead and teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
They should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic
I am
position.
a Catholic.
It's not.
Many things I disagree with the Catholic Church.
Okay.
I mean, bro, females weren't supposed to be priests. They weren't supposed to be leading the church. For some reason, we done turned around and let women start leading the church. And I mean, it does kind of go against the traditional teachings, but I guess we're trying to, put some feminism in there. Yeah, I don't know if that was the best thing to do, but I mean, hey, man, we'll leave it to the Christians. That's their ordeal. We'll let them figure that out amongst themselves.
Well, that kind of is contrary because the whole basis
really?
of being Catholic is
No.
accepting. It's accepting the
member,
authority of the
you
pontiff.
can be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly reasonable.
You could be, well, yeah. I mean, you could say
Unless you're an
that, but it wouldn't
extremist.
be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't.
Okay.
Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's just
deviate. But even the
That's just
Constitution,
sloppy.
even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's it's been amended 27 times.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very.
I mean, well, come on now, dog. Constitutional law is a bit different than, I don't know, religious text, religious scripture. I don't know, something that you believe that's connected to God and, how our laws are connected to our, country, state. It's a little bit different, bro.
Statement of fact.
Theology. Okay. But it's fine. Where were we? We're talking about Trump and somehow we got into
Trump.
you're
Look,
white knighting for women's rights.
On Trump, well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
The pink hat with the bunny ears on it, or the little bear ears. Just go ahead and put on the pink hat, bro. You sound a little bit too liberal right now, Pierce.
For the women's march, are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something. Like it's crazy.
I'd have no problem giving a female friend a tampon. Would you? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You
Get that away
you think
from me.
tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, bro. You're Pierce. Come on, dog. You ever lived with a woman before? Like Pierce, you lived with women before. Like every man who's ever lived with a woman know damn well tampons are no. Let me not go too deep into it, but we all know they just ain't the best thing to. No, I'm not even gonna do women like that. Look, they just aren't cool, right? They just ain't cool, okay? Especially when they leave it in the fucking trash. Like, son of a bitch. Excuse my language. I'm a little bit frustrated just from the memory that's going through my head right now.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that?
Have you ever seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
I've seen them. I've seen them before.
You've been that close to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen
Well,
it.
at least he admitted. I mean, you damn near got to live with a woman to be that close to it.
Look, I used to live with women, so I've seen them around the house.
I bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
Wow.
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not
you
sure.
You really hate that.
I'm not sure.
You're
Nick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism than I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second. Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson in which he was oddly, I like Tucker. We got on well. I was with him last week in London. But he gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical. And then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does. He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, I don't trust him. And I don't care, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bullshit is, I'm not going to be a part of it. So, now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is. Not an ally. Stay the fuck away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you'd said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show—
Honestly, well, due to Tucker's questioning, he didn't really have to press Nick Fuentes on. He says, all right, you're a Christian, so you don't believe in, blaming a whole group for an individual, right? And he says, Nick Fuentes was like, yeah, that's against my beliefs as a Christian. And I was like, all right then. And then Tucker carried on after that.
Oh, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism. And, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit down with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently recently. What's going on there?
Well, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides. I think there's this intense desire to be friends, but a frustration where we disagree with each other. There's a rivalry. But I thought we were going to have a friendly conversation, and then she kind of did the same thing. We're going to go on.
No. Tucker actually kept it cordial with Nick Fuentes. Candace, I kind of understood why Candace went right for the jugular, because let's be real, Nick Fuentes kind of like rejects her whole lifestyle, especially her being in an interracial marriage. And let's be real, Nick Fuentes believes that white people stick with white people and black people stick with black people. And he feels like interracial marriages are an abomination. And of course, you didn't think Candace was going to poke at that. Of course, because it's a complete rejection of her lifestyle. And then there's the whole, Nick not understanding that, West Africa was actually a thing that was going on in ancient time, when he pretty much makes it like what? Africa was only made up of the sub-Sahara. We have no real culture, no real civilization. Yeah, that stuff he's definitely wrong about. And I would like it if Nick would actually study some African history, but hey, it ain't his culture to study, so I can't be mad at it.
On a show during the war with Iran. We're literally in the middle of a war. And she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fordo. And
shout out to my man Jed. He says men build bunkers to avoid that time of the month. I swear to God. The truth is right there in that super chat.
She said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be about Iran? She goes, I don't do setups. I said, yeah, let's do it. I come on the show, and then she's like got this weird hostile demeanor. She's doing the clip thing. Then she puts it behind a paywall. It was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely lost her mind.
Nick,
so
come on now, Nick. You ain't even really look over none of what Candace is saying. You ain't look over the evidence. You ain't even really looked into the narrative. And let's be real, like the main narrative, like the mainstream narrative, it don't make no sense whatsoever.
I feel sorry for her husband.
Damn.
What did you feel when Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
Okay.
Where were you when you heard about it?
I was at my house, and a friend of mine who was actually at the event texted me and said, Charlie got shot. I said, who? He said, Charlie Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was—
You know what? Actually, when it comes to Candace and her husband, Nick Fuentes is probably the only person that said it out loud that even I was thinking in the back of my head, but I never really addressed it. What the F is up with Candace Owens and her husband? Like, how? I remember when she told the story of it and all that good stuff is, oh, I met him for the first time. I looked him in his eyes and I said, we're going to get married. Then what? Maybe like, I don't know, a couple months later, they get married. Like, isn't that a bit crazy? Isn't that a bit wild? Like, nobody ever really questioned that. And then I was always in the back of my head going like, all right, dog, what type of British noble just gives it all away to some black woman and like on the first chance encounter and like what? And then you could just hear the music in the background like, I could see clearly now. Like, bro, well, what the fuck happened? Like, how did that go down? I would love a deeper explanation on that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just asking too many questions, or I'm overthinking it.
Devastating. I didn't like Charlie Kirk at all, and we had an intense rivalry, and he hated me. But honest to God, I was devastated. I was emotionally affected by it. I didn't even do a show that night because I was beside myself. So it was rough. I mean, it was hard to watch.
When you say you were beside yourself, I mean, you hated him.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him, but I really didn't like him. I intensely disliked him, and I didn't agree with him.
He called you vermin, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he hated me also.
But you were still beside yourself when you heard what happened to him.
I was. I thought it was disgusting what was done to him, and it was tragic, and it was horrifying.
Do you fear an attack like that on yourself? Have you upped your own security because of this? Because your profile's got exponentially higher since what happened to Charlie Kirk. I have increased my security, and but something similar like that happened to me. Someone came to my house with a gun about a year ago, almost exactly, trying to kill me, and he was shot and killed in my alleyway. So I've had increased security for a while. It's a bad time out there, and I do believe it was a left-wing person that killed him. I think it was a left-wing person that tried to kill me. So yeah, I take it very seriously. Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed. You're a paid up hire of the government. Is that true? No. 100. You've never worked for the government in any capacity? Nope. I've never talked to federal law enforcement. And actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out. But I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2022, I think it was. And I was deposed by the subcommittee, the House Select Subcommittee on January 6th. And they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said, no, I've never had contact with them. I've never turned over devices. So no, absolutely not. There's been footage that's come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look.
It appears we are taking the Capitol back.
Where's he at?
Keep marching and don't relax, never relax. Break down the barriers and disregard the police. This Capitol belongs to us now. The police are evacuating the Capitol. Politicians don't relax.
Pretty damning.
So you're heard there shouting down your loud hailer, break down the barriers and disregard the police. The Capitol belongs to us now. What did you mean by that?
Please explain.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The Capitol belongs to the people.
Disregard the police. So you don't support law and order?
No, I support law and order. But on that day, the police were brutal. The police killed somebody, Ashley Babbitt. And, they were throwing people off of the rafters. They killed multiple people. So
when disregarding the police is the first step to anarchy, isn't it?
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened. That is when the government loses its legitimacy, and its enforcers, consequently, do also.
Well,
that's exactly what happened in 2020.
There was no evidence the government rigged the election. You know that. You're a bright guy.
Well, let's talk about it. You want to talk about the election of 2020?
Yeah. I think Trump lost it fair and square. I think he fought the wrong argument about the stolen election. I've said to him, to his face,
I agree.
The argument he should have said is that the deliberate suppression of things like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal from the media, by social media, by big tech, was actually a deliberate attempt to subvert the result of the election. And that's a much better argument because it's undeniable. When the New York Post that had that exclusive were basically shadow banned off all social media for the 2 weeks before the election, that was an absolute disgrace. And if I was Donald Trump, I would focus on that as being my main argument that election was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, we've litigated all this now through various court cases, various Republican judges have ruled there was no rigging of that kind. In fact, the American election system is accepted by most people around the world as being one of the best in the world, one of the most reliable. So I just think he fought the wrong argument. If he said the deliberate...
actually been proven that an election machine can actually be infiltrated and taken over. Actually, it was done on PBD, like right on the podcast. Like literally, somebody hacked the voting machine right on the podcast.
Suppression of damaging stories to the Bidens, which could have swung the election, was outrageous and unacceptable. I'm 100% behind it. But by building this spurious argument that it was all rigged through voting systems and so on, he lost me.
Well, I agree about the voting systems, but when they went into the machines, I think that was ridiculous. However, what has to be accounted for is that in 2016, 35% of the votes were cast by mail. By 2020, it was 70% because of the pandemic. So you doubled the amount of votes that happened by mail. They called it in-person early voting. They called it a variety of different things. And the other thing that they changed is they solicited the mail-in ballots. So they sent ballots to people's houses. And once you do that, I mean, you have absentee balloting normally, but it's a process. You got to give your social security number, your ID. They send it to you. There's regulations in place. This is an election where they double the amount of mail-in votes, and they sent ballots to people's houses. And when you do that, you break the chain of custody. So they send the ballot out, and then they tell people return it at a 24-hour ballot drop site that's unsupervised. There's thousands of them, and they're going to hope that all the ballots that find their way into these drop boxes were filled out by the person that the ballot was intended for. And I know that didn't happen. I'll tell you why. My uncle has been dead for 26 years. He got a ballot in 2020. It was mailed to my parents' house. Oh. And that was happening in nursing homes. That was happening in apartment buildings.
But you also know that every independent body that has looked at this has concluded there was...
I mean, yeah, bro. Like, shoot, even my mom got a ballot from the lady that lived in the house before her. The house that she bought, the lady that lived there before her, they sent her a ballot. Now, my mom, of course, sent it back because, she's a good citizen and all that good stuff. But... no, man. Most people probably would have took that ballot and said, man, F Trump, man. I voted for Biden twice, goddamn it. You're just sitting there like, oh. Well, that might be a little bit, that might be something we might want to look into.
No widespread rigging, that it was a free and fair election and Trump lost. And the bottom line is he should stop going on about it anyway because he won back the White House in 2024. By your, as you have been so keen to tell me, move on, right? No one wants to look back too far.
That's a separate argument. I mean, you can say that he should stop talking about it, but whether it was rigged or not is actually relevant to what happened on January 6th. Because what happened on J 6th is people were outraged about it. People were furious that, by the way, there's never been an independent ballot audit in all the states where there was alleged to be rigging. That has not happened. And certainly it did not happen up until January 6th. And people said, this is ridiculous. They're stealing it.
If people, honestly, if either you or Donald Trump or anybody else wants to show me, I said this to him when I interviewed him last, if you show me the actual hardcore, incontrovertible evidence, then great. I've never seen it. Joe Rogan asked him. He didn't produce it with Joe Rogan. It's just never been produced. But look, I don't want to labor the point on that. So I suppose the more interesting question now, as your influence rises in the conservative movement in America, and there's a lot of splits going on amongst MAGA over a number of issues, and about you, and you know this, is your split with Trump irrevocable? Do you feel now, as we head towards the year of the midterms, that it's time to now look to who his successor will be, and who do you think that person should be?
Well, it's not irrevocable, but I am very pessimistic about this administration. And succession is something that I've been interested in for as long as I've been doing this show. And I think it's very clear that they are grooming J.D. Vance to be that successor. And by they, I mean Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Peter Thiel. There seems to be an organization that was put in place roughly around 2022 when Peter Thiel was very active in the midterm elections. He spent, I think, over $30 million. $15 million for Vance, $15 million for Masters. Spent a lot of money in a lot of other congressional races. trying to unseat the Republicans that voted for impeachment in 21, and also building out a media market, building out a patronage network, funding things like Passage Press, Sovereign House, a number of other projects to create sort of like a self-contained media ecosystem. And Vance is clearly the selected nominee. That is who the interests want. And they've been pushing for him very strongly. So I think he's the heir apparent right now. There's a forceful push. I've heard good things about him. I've heard bad things about him too. And where I think it needs to go is I think we need to return to the message from 2016, what Trump said in the first election, which is we need to drain the swamp. We need to get the money out of politics, the super PACs, the special interests, put America first in foreign policy and the wars, close the border and deport the illegals, and reindustrialize America, bring back manufacturing, bring back jobs. We're in this Cold War with China. We need America to have productive capacity again. We need America to have wealth. So I think whoever is going to bring us back to that, that's who I'm going to support. And I haven't seen enough from Vance yet.
I mean, fact. Hey, I said the same thing, though. I said I haven't seen enough leadership from Vance. And I mean, everybody's thinking about Marco Rubio. I'm like, I'm not too sure about Marco Rubio either. So if we don't see any type of real leadership from Vance, I don't know how everybody's just throwing their hat behind him oh so soon.
You called J.D. Vance's wife a jeet. What does that mean?
It's a slur for Indians.
Why would you use that?
A jeet.
Well, you want the honest answer?
Because you're a racist?
No, there's actually a different reason.
I mean, let's be real. I remember one time I was going off on India, but I didn't go as far to call them jeets though. Like, that's effed up. But sometimes I do be feeling like it, because what China be getting away with is absolutely insane. And what I've been discovering about, well, not China, but India, what I've been discovering about India, what they get away with, insane. The lifestyle that they live over there, pretty damn wild. Oh, and what they're doing with fentanyl precursors in the pharmaceutical industry, absolutely duplicitous. But we'll get into that later.
The reason why I said that, if you watch the whole show, did you watch that whole show, by the way?
No, but you've admitted you use that slur. I'm just curious why you would use that about a woman with her heritage.
I'll tell you, there's a really important reason why, and this is why context matters. If you look online at the people that are supporting J.D. Vance the most, they are racist. They're racist also, let's say. And they look at someone like myself. I don't support J.D. Vance. And they say, you're brown. You're a third worldist. They are gleefully participating in the cruelty. You could say the performative cruelty of the Trump administration. They say, you're going back. You have 100 days until you're being deported. You're going in a crystal. And then they tell us to vote for J.D. Vance. And so all I did on the show is I said, you have basically racist chuds that post memes about Indians all day on Twitter, memes about third worldists and Palestinians even. But then they want to turn around and support a guy who has said on Twitter, how dare you say I'm racist? I have non-white kids and I'm in an interracial marriage. And all I said is I just said that's a little ironic. I said that's hypocritical. And Vance is going to have to explain to all of his supporters who have gassed him up as the real mass deportation candidate. He's going to have to explain to them what's going on with that. What is with the contradiction? Because
and you don't feel any accountability for the millions of young people that will hear you use that slur and think it's fine to use it.
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. Let's take a final break and come back with a little kind of summary of how you think this interview has gone for you.
Okay.
If you're a fan of epic fantasy, Arthurian legend, or just Pendragon Cycle, Rise of the Crisp. Okay, Nick, for Wednesday, we've been talking for nearly 2 hours. What is your view of how the interview has gone?
I think it was great. Honestly, I think it was a tough interview. You're a tough interviewer. But I don't think there were surprises. I will not say it was an ambush, because it wasn't. I sort of anticipated that you would make some choices about how you wanted it to go, and I was fine with it. So I thought it was terrific.
As a Catholic, you're probably aware the Jerusalem Post has recently called on the Pope to openly condemn you. Would it matter to you if the Pope did? He's an American Pope, obviously.
It would be very disheartening, yes.
They ain't going to stop him.
Why?
because he's our spiritual leader. He's the head of the church. He's the vicar of Christ. So if he condemned me, that would be very disheartening. And it would depend upon what he would say exactly. But yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that
If he
at all.
condemned you because you've openly admitted to being a racist on this show?
Oh, this racist, I would be disappointed if he said that, because I think that word racist, it means something different to everybody. And so I think that's just silly. I think that's just semantic.
Have you ever been in love in your life?
No, like romantically, no.
Yeah, never.
No.
Damn.
You just think that's part of the problem?
What's the problem?
Why you are the way you are.
Oh, and
Come
what's
on.
the way I am? What are you trying to say?
I've given people 2 hours of the way you are. You're unashamed about a lot of it.
I mean, come on, Pierce, say it.
I don't think I have a problem. I think I'm cheerful, boisterous. Look, unlike you, I'm willing to be a little provocative. Well, I guess you're willing to be provocative, but I'm willing to be very provocative, and I'm a free thinker. And I don't like to be tone policed. I don't like to be told about, people are going to tone police and play moral cop about you can't make this joke or you can't make this statement. And I think that's just about being intellectually open. I'm a believer in openness. I like ideas.
I completely agree. I think you should be perfectly free to express yourself exactly how you see fit. My problem is how you see fit with some of the things that you say. And we've been through a lot of them. And I think people who don't know you very well will have been shocked in parts and surprised in other parts. But in totality, they can see you for what you are. I think we've got a lot nearer to what the real Nick Fuentes is in the last 2 hours than we probably have seen from your other recent interviews. Would you agree?
No, I mean, the clip thing, we've done the clip thing. We've all seen the clip show. Everyone's seen the clips. You think you're the first one to do the ADL rap sheet. So here you said this, and then here you said that. I've been playing that game for 10 years. So this is honestly more of the same, to tell you the truth.
Nick Fuentes, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, my thanks to Nick Fuentes, and my thanks to the hundreds of thousands of you watching this special live episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. As I said during the interview, I think it was firm but fair, but you can all make up your own minds if you like what you do.
That was pretty fair. I mean, I'll be real with you. The only person that gave Nick Fuentes like real pushback, so I give it to him. I mean, even Candace didn't push back as hard as Pierce did, and I like that Pierce did so. And like that's probably the first time I've actually really seen Nick Fuentes' views like challenged to a certain extent. So hey, we'll see how that carries out. But from what I'm seeing all over X, it sounds like everybody's cheering Nick Fuentes and going, "Hey man, you killed it on that one." And I agree. Now, he did pretty well. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next video. Zelensky meets with European leaders to discuss peace plan.
Europe has signaled its continued support for Ukraine after President Zelensky gathered with his British, French, as well as German counterparts in London earlier today. Leaders working on, quote, complementing the US plan to end Russia's war in Ukraine. That is according to the French presidency. And this comes after a long week of diplomacy that yielded really no major breakthroughs. And as the gap widens between the United States and Ukraine after President Trump accused Mr. Zelensky of not having read the US-backed peace proposal. Meanwhile, as talks slowly grow.
Yeah, he didn't read it because he already knew that it involved land concessions, that the certain parts of Russia will now, a certain part of Ukraine would be de facto Russia. And for some reason, him and Europe is not going for it. And they've now stated that we will not be going for any type of land concessions. But the problem is, you can't win back that land, Ukraine, then who are you to talk? And then you're just going to leave it to Russia to take more land? Then you're going to be begging for the 10%, 20% that they took. You're going to be like, please, can you go back to that instead of just taking 50%? Because that's what it could turn into.
Find ahead, Russia continues its onslaught on Ukraine, with 10 people killed and dozens more injured in the past day. At the top of the show, I promised you that I would get to Elina Valtona, who's the Foreign Affairs Minister of Finland. She joins me now. Foreign Minister, great to have you back on the show. Let me pick up really with what we are seeing out of Europe this meeting, clearly very symbolic, a show of unity, but no concrete proposals. Is that all that this is, a show of symbolism, a message to the United States? Just your reaction.
Thanks so much for having me again. Well, let's see what comes out of this. But I think it's so important for the world to understand that obviously this peace deal will have massive implications, not only for the security of Ukraine going forward, but for that of Europe, and I would say essentially for the entire world, because for 80 years we've had the rules of the United Nations, where I'm actually now just sitting, which implies that every nation has the right to full sovereignty, the inviolability of borders and territorial integrity. Now, if we let go of these principles, then clearly this will have global implications.
The mood I
Global
sense, Foreign
implications,
Minister, I
of
hope you
course.
don't mind me saying this, is just from our conversation that I had with our,
I mean, I would want to ask her this. I mean, all right, so what are y'all going to do about it? Because you're telling Zelensky not to accept the deal. And I'm like, okay, well, can you think of a better deal? Or can you put boots on the ground in Ukraine so that you help them fight for a better deal? If not, then I'm not sure why you're holding up this peace plan or this peace deal. It doesn't really make any sense for Europe or Ukraine to keep dragging this out. I understand that Ukrainians don't want to give up land. I understand that NATO or the EU, they don't want to make Ukraine give up land, but it's kind of what have to be done, because y'all been selling the fake story that Ukraine's been winning this. The peace plan is obviously exposing that they're not, because how else can Russia make such demands and have the U.S. agree to it if Ukraine is doing so well on the battlefield? Don't you think things would have been weighted towards Ukraine? Well, guess what? They're not. So since they're not, what does that tell you? That this whole time Ukraine has been losing ground. And now it's starting to become the reality, but sadly, Zelensky and the European Union don't want to accept that.
correspondent who was at Downing Street today, is somewhat somber. Even Chancellor Merz, I think he said he was skeptical, were his words, about the documents he's seeing coming from the United States. So I wonder where this leaves Europe diplomatically in terms of pressure points, because as our correspondent was saying here today, it feels like Europe is being sidelined. Just your take on this.
I think Europe's strategy for the past almost 4 years has been exactly the right one. So we have been supporting Ukraine. We have been draining Russia's war machine through sanctions. And we have been ramping up our own defense and deterrence. And this is exactly the right strategy also going forward, whether there's a peace deal or no. I think President Trump's goal of ending the killing, to stop the killing, is exactly the right one. And I think the next most important step to take in that direction would to impose a full ceasefire. Because that would show that Russia, at the end of the day, could potentially be interested in peace, which so far...
Now, the problem is that Russia's saying that, no, look, we're going to take those regions. Ukraine's going to back the hell off those regions, and we're just going to, and that's going to be de facto Russia. That is what Putin's saying. He pretty much putting his foot down to the U.S. and the EU and just saying, look, ain't no ceasefire happening, and there is really no ceasefire that we're going to do. They're pretty much saying that Ukraine got to initiate the ceasefire by withdrawing all their troops from all battle lines. And that will actually get Putin to get down with a ceasefire. If not, then they're just going to keep on going.
I haven't seen any sign of. And that time could be used to really negotiate a proper peace deal, because it must be said that for President Trump, he, of course, keeps emphasizing that this is not his war. Well, indeed, it's not his war. But the peace deal will be President Trump's peace. And every day thereafter, he will be also judged by that. So it's very much in the interest of President Trump as well and the United States that we work together on a plan which makes this peace not only just, but very much sustainable also.
And it seems the stumbling blocks haven't really changed that much, Minister. I'm just looking at it's very much still territory, security guarantees, and at the heart of it, the Kremlin and President Putin wants the entirety of the Donbass region, right? We know that is a red line for Ukraine. But what is your sense? Is it your sense the US thinks that this can happen, that Ukraine can and ought to give away its territory? I just wonder what your sense is from what you're hearing, because French President today referred to Europe having, quote, a lot of cards in our hands. So I'm just wondering what the strategy is here.
Ukraine's fate is for the Ukrainian people to decide, and Ukraine has a constitution
that forbids it to concede land. But here's the problem: the Constitution does not fight wars. The Constitution will not form as an army to take back Ukrainian land. I'm sorry. I wish it did. I truly did, but it don't. So you can sit there and talk about the Ukrainian Constitution forbids the conceding of land. We get that, but the Ukrainian Constitution isn't out there fighting on the battlefield. It's Ukrainian people, and sadly, they are the ones losing the land. Like, I might want to have, if y'all got to amend y'all Constitution, so be it. Or it's either that or just all of Ukraine falls, then is what you're saying. Like, I'm wondering how far they're honestly willing to take this.
Obviously, the president cannot by himself decide on, for instance, conceding land. And that certainly should not be in the...
And that's the problem. This is what's going on here. See, all these regions, and even the regions that Russia's mostly taken over, they want Ukraine to back off all of it. Like, all of this, the empty space right here that Ukraine still controls, they want them to back off that line, let Russia have Kherson, let them have Zaporizhia, let them have the Donetsk region, Luhansk. Like I said, they want complete control of this side of Ukraine, and they're not moving. Like, literally, Putin's not moving on that. And the Ukrainians, they're like, well, our constitution says we can't give up no land. But the problem is they have no way to get back the land.
Interest of the international community either, for the reasons I listed, because it would clearly be in violation of international law and set the precedent for the rest of the world also going forward. Now, I think what the Ukrainian people have shown over the course of the past 4 years is incredible resilience, but also that they are prepared for a future as a full democratic country. They, of course, have had to endure decades of Soviet oppression, and the people are now sick and tired of that, and they know it's not just about conceding territory or making other concessions towards Russia, because if Russia doesn't let go of its goal of subjugating the entire Ukraine or taking over the entire Ukraine, that is certainly not peace. That is not
I thought you were about to say something threatening, lady. Like, well, if Russia doesn't give up on the subjugation of the Ukrainian people, us, the EU, will step in and try. No. You're just saying that, oh, well, that's not peace. And Russia's being bullies, and they don't actually believe in peace, guys. And that's mean. It's like, you're acting like that's actually going to make Russia back up. What are we saying? I thought you were actually about to say something tough.
Anything that durable, like the entire Ukraine or taking over the entire Ukraine, that is certainly not peace. That is not anything that durable, security can be built on.
Yeah, and Foreign Minister, the reason I was asking you about your thoughts about what the US strategy may be, because I'm not sure if you saw, the US has outlined its national security vision. I think it's a 33 or so page report. And on its section in Europe, I'm not sure whether you've seen it, it says that European nations face, quote, economic decline that could be eclipsed by real and stark prospect of civilizational erasure. It then adds that over the long term, it's more than plausible within a few decades at the latest, certain NATO members will become majority non-European. What do you make of this US national security vision?
But all right, though. All right. Let's go ahead and make our way over to the Young Turks. Ukrainian corruption uncovered by New York Times. Let's get right into it.
Found that an investigation in the New York Times found that the Ukrainian government has systematically crippled oversight agencies that are meant to hinder and stop corruption. Cenk, your 2 cents.
Yeah, so we have some obligation to the Ukrainians because we had them take out their nukes, etc. But do we also have an obligation to make sure that our money is not wasted or going to corruption? Of course. So let's find out the facts here and then see what conclusions flow from it.
So as the Times explains in their reporting, in Ukraine, state-owned companies run the power distribution, the weapons purchases, and even the nuclear energy industries. Now, all three sectors and the companies within them have a long-standing history of corruption. But the country of Ukraine wanted to do something about that, especially in regard to various forms of foreign aid that go into the country. The various nation states that are allied with Ukraine wanted to make sure that the money doesn't end up in the wrong hands. And so in an effort to mitigate corruption, nations that are sending aid to Ukraine have absolutely insisted that supervisory boards be put in place as a layer of oversight, okay? In theory, these outside experts from other countries would keep an eye on the company's operations and make sure that nothing shady is going on. But the New York Times investigation found that Volodymyr Zelensky and his administration in particular have actually sabotaged those oversight boards by doing multiple things, including appointing loyalists, intentionally leaving seats in the boards empty, and even preventing anti-corruption boards from being able to form altogether. And so obviously that is going to open the door to corruption. So let's start off with one, company, state-owned company that was highlighted in the piece, and that's Ukraine's state-owned electricity company known as Energodom. Okay, so Energodom is a prime example that's highlighted in the piece. And Zelensky apparently deliberately obstructed a supervisory board that would keep an eye on this state-owned entity. The Times claims that Zelensky's administration delayed the formation of the board, and when it finally came together, the government left a seat empty, impeding the board's ability to act when they're able to identify corruption. So anti-corruption authorities have accused members of Zelensky's inner circle of siphoning off and laundering $100 million from the state-owned nuclear energy program, Energodom. So how did they do it? Well, contractors on projects for this company had to pay kickbacks of up to 15%, according to investigators. So you have Marina Zerukova, who is the first head of the agency designed to monitor inflated defense contracts. But at first, there was really no supervisory board at all to protect her. Even as she told the New York Times, she was pressured by Zelensky's government to sign off on all sorts of sketchy contracts. So eventually, a supervisory board was implemented, but the Ukrainian government, according to her, hijacked it and ousted her. She told the Times, quote, "Supervisory boards are just window dressing. They're not real."
Wow.
Kind of going along with this year's theme of everything seems pretty fake. But I'm curious what you think, Jane.
Yeah, look, so
everything seems like a money laundering scheme. Everything seems like a cover up, and everything seems like, well, complete extortion. I mean, shout out to Ukraine, though. Shout out to Ukraine, one of our greatest allies, right? Right. All right, now let's get over to this clip right here, because this is also pretty interesting. I said I'll probably react to the full interview later, but Bill Maher had on Anna.
If you're listening to a podcast,
the truth never makes me uncomfortable. It only exhilarates me.
I mean,
no matter where it's, on whatever side it is.
Yeah.
And
you want to talk about a little bit of Shooty Gaza then? You want to get exhilarated, right? I can exhilarate
you. I know you're going to say genocide, and I'm going to say, well, you don't know what the word means. And it's like, if you don't even know what the words mean.
I'm Armenian. I know what the word means.
I was on Club Random with Bill Maher just recently. And the whole video has been released for those who want to watch it. But for the purposes of saving time on this show, we're going to talk about some of the highlights. But before we get to that, Cenk, your 2 cents.
Yeah, so look, I think Bill is anti-intellectual. I think he's a racist and a bigot.
Damn.
And I'm going to try to show that to you guys today. I'm also happy to debate him anytime, but I don't think he'll do that. And so he's a guy who it is a bigger problem because, look, there's a lot of racists and bigots in the country, but he's celebrated. Like HBO gives him millions of dollars and the elite love Bill Maher. And he's paradoxical too, because there's plenty of things that I agree with him on. But when he gets to the issue of Israel or Muslims, he's really as deranged as anyone in American media.
We'll come back to some of his claims, including the idea that Israel is not an expansionist project and all of that in just a minute. But before we do, there was this gotcha moment, which I want to clarify the way I answered it. So it had to do with where in the Middle East I would like to live given the dress I'm wearing. So I'll let the video play out and then I'll give you more details.
If you had to live in the Middle East, so tomorrow, Anna, you got to go live in the Middle East, where would you live? Where do you think you'd be comfortable in that dress?
I'm sure it would not be comfortable in this dress in any of the various Middle Eastern countries that have been destabilized by
You're not you're not really blaming it on Whitey.
Listen.
Are you? You're blaming Islam on Whitey?
Huh?
I'm not blaming Islam on Whitey.
But what you're saying, we destabilized. That's why you can't wear that
dress. Did we not destabilize?
Wait a second.
We were funding terrorist organizations in Syria during the Syrian civil war, starting under the Obama administration.
That's why
did that not destabilize Syria?
No, what's destabilized?
I mean, if you're about to say Islam destabilized Syria, that's a bad argument, dog.
Literal Al-Qaeda
We're talking about your dress.
Oh,
why
it looks good. I know it looks good.
You're saying you can't wear that dress in Syria because of Whitey destabilizing?
I didn't say that.
Okay, that's
You're putting words in my-
No, but she did try to spin off. Anna, you could have just answered the question directly and be like, and just be real. Like, I don't know. Yeah, please name a Muslim country where you'd be able to dress up just like that. Because I don't know. I mean, I don't think in Turkey you can get that off.
Okay, great.
But the United States did destabilize various Middle Eastern countries. Are you going to deny that? I probably wouldn't feel comfortable wearing that dress in Syria today, considering the fact that a former Al-Qaeda terrorist who we armed covertly is now the leader of Syria. Correct. Am I blaming that on Whitey? Like, why make this racial? This isn't about race at all, at all. US foreign policy does not equate Whitey, but funding and arming an offshoot of Al-Qaeda in Syria, was meant to destabilize that country, as we now see. As Christians, Alawites, and other minority groups in that country who, even under the butcher, Bashar al-Assad, were pretty safe, are now being targeted and killed by members of Ahmed al-Shara's, honestly, terrorist group. It's just the truth. I mean, he says that he's trying to rein it in, but it's still happening. It's just the truth. But look, I didn't want to take the bait because it's so obvious that he wants me to say, like, well, obviously I would never want to live in a Muslim majority country. They're all dangerous barbarians. They're all animals. I'd want to live in Israel. But the fact of the matter is, I would rather die before I step foot in Israel. And the reason why is because of the apartheid state. It's because of the fact that they put Cenk's name on a missile that they then used to bomb children in Gaza, essentially sending a message. It might also have to do with the fact that IDF soldiers literally send me images of their weapons in an effort to scare me into silence. So no, I wouldn't step foot in Israel. I would actually feel a lot less safe in Israel as opposed to, I don't know, Beirut, Lebanon, Istanbul, Turkey. Okay, there are plenty of places in the Middle East where I would be safe. Even when it comes to Iran, I mean, this country is
that's what I was saying. I was even thinking Turkey, but I wasn't too sure on that answer. I'm like, I think Turkey is actually pretty chill. But like I said, they like to sit here and paint Islam as just this barbaric religion. But I don't know. I'll leave people to their criticism.
Unbelievably ignorant about the reality in Iran. There's a massive Armenian diaspora living in Iran right now. They dress just like I do. They go to church. There are churches in Iran.
Oh, no, that is true, though. There's an unveiled community in Iran. If you don't believe it, bro, actually look this up. There are literally young ladies walking around Iran with no veil on. And they don't get stoned and they don't get hurt. If anything, the only time they ever get touched is when the ladies who do wear the veil tries to encourage them to put their veil back on. And they just end up taking it off, and there's no fight, there's no beef. They just keep it pushing. So actually, I mean, from the stories you hear about Iran, it's pretty surprising to hear something like that. I know.
But how am I going to bring that up when literally every 2 seconds I'm getting interrupted, and it gets back to
Where would you want to live with a dress like that? Who cares what I want or where I want to live? Let's actually have a discussion about the substance of the foreign policy here. But anyway, people saw that as an own. Maybe you guys agree. That's fine if you agree, but it is what it is.
No, look, anyone who looks at that and goes, Bill Maher was right, honestly is not being very thoughtful. Is not thinking the issue through. Let's put it that way. So look, let's break it down real quick. Number one, he says, "Oh, would you want to live in a Muslim country?" Well, first of all, that's overtly bigoted. If I said, "Would you want to live among Jews?" Everybody would say, "That's outrageous, Cenk. What are you saying?" But Bill Maher says it, and HBO says, "Oh, here's millions more. Please say more racist and bigoted things against Muslims and Arabs." Now, why do I say racist and Arabs? Because Bill's issue really isn't with Muslims. He used that as a cover story. Would you want to live in a Muslim country? Do you know what the top 5 Muslim countries are? They're Indonesia, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and Nigeria. None of them are Arab. And could you wear a dress like that in Nigeria or India or Indonesia? Of course you could, right? Let alone many other Muslim countries that are in the Middle East or near the Middle East. But in Bill Maher's racist and bigoted.
Oh no, a lot of people be forgetting that. I mean, bro, you know, West Africa, even East Africa are full of Muslims. AKA there's African Muslims and not just Arab Muslims. So I mean, because mainly when people try to condemn Islam, they're usually talking about the Arabs and they forget that. I mean, like, bro, what about black people? You forget that, you know, a lot of our friends and family members are Muslims. Like, shoot, especially if your family member comes out of Africa. But hey, people be forgetting that part.
In mind, he thinks, oh, Muslims, they're all hateful and terrorist and barbaric and savages. So they'd probably kill you for wearing a dress or something, right? So what he does is he takes the most extreme in that one religion and he makes it seem like all 1.6 billion Muslims believe that. The reality is, of course, 1.6 billion Muslims are humans. I know that's shocking to a moron like Bill Maher, who thinks in like super simplistic, ignorant ways. So you know what they care about, Bill? Like their grandma, they care about their grandchildren. They care about giving them milk and cookies. They care about normal things. Hey, what kind of car or house am I going to live in? I know in your Israel-addled mind, you think, oh, they're just thinking about how do I get the Jews and people in dresses, right? So if you, again, anything that he says about Muslims, take out Muslim and put in Jewish, and you would be banned from every platform in the country. You would be derided. You would get the Nick Fuentes treatment. Anyone who talked to you would be trying to be driven out from media. So could you live in, for example, Istanbul? Of course you could. Istanbul is a beautiful city, perfectly modern. The whole world goes to it. It's one of the largest cities in the world, and certainly attracts tourism in enormous ways, and everybody feels perfectly comfortable there in that way. But do I have to go city by city and justify all of this?
And let's be real though, it is a bit childish to like nitpick every crime that Muslims do, because I mean, let's be honest, that's not all Muslims. But people will sit there and try to frame it as, oh, Islam is just this evil death cult that wants to go around and take over the world. And all that, but they can't sit there and point to the whole like diaspora of Muslims that's holding that value to kill all Christians or to take over the world. And then not all 1.9 billion of these guys are like that. I mean, not all of them practice child marriage. Not all of them want to or hate Jews. Not all of them are sitting there hanging and whipping and burning Christians like they are in Nigeria. Like, trust me, I know what's going on out there in the world. It's just that I'm not going to take a small group of Muslims and just frame all Muslims as evil. Just like I don't take a small group of Christians like the KKK and frame all Christians as racist.
Meanwhile, his juxtaposition is, oh, but everybody feels safe in Israel, and hence Israel is a lovely and modern.
No, not everybody. Country. Not everybody. Ask the Armenians. Ask the Armenian Christians living in Jerusalem right now what kind of pleasant, treatment they get from the Israelis. Seriously.
You like comments like, bro, there are Mexicans doing that who are Christians. Do you see how off your comment is right now? Like, think about it. You hate Islam so much, you've got the fact that we have Christian Hispanics here doing the exact same thing. But are we going to demonize all Christians though, just like we're doing Muslims? Of course not.
Seriously, talk to anyone who isn't an Israeli living in Israel, anyone who isn't an Israeli Jew living in Israel. Have a conversation with them. They love to bring up the 20%, Arab Israeli citizen number. Okay, let's take a look at how they're treated, like second-class citizens, even in the context of mainland Israel, right? Not in the West Bank, not in Jerusalem, not in Gaza. They're in Israel. They're Israeli citizens, but they don't have the exact same rights as Israelis do.
True.
Yeah.
So look, I get it. I get that in his mind, he is so fully like dehumanized Muslims as like these savages that he would be shocked
A lot of people.
that I would, not want to live in Israel. If I had to choose, if there's a gun to my.
Here's the thing, though. I'm actually happy though that it's not just on the right that people just like dramatically dehumanize Muslims and just think that all 1.9 billion of them are the same. I mean, it's kind of funny that Bill Maher does the same exact thing, or you could see it happen on the left as well. And I mean, let's be real, the left, I mean, they condemn us, and rightfully so. They condemn us about our language about Muslims, and rightfully so, because it isn't cool. And it isn't right. I mean, we sit here and then we understand we're not supposed to do that to black people. We're not supposed to do that to white people. We're not supposed to think that almost every MAGA person is what? A fascist. Like, we understand that, but we don't understand that when it comes to Muslims. It's like the disconnect is, it's a bit weird to me, but I mean, it is what it is, man. Hey, I ain't here to change your mind about Islam. All I care about is that you're about America. I mean, this is why I have guys in my chat who hate Islam. I don't just go banning you guys. Why? Because trust, I'm not sitting here as a defender of Islam. As long as you care about America and your heart's in the right place, then it is what it is. I'd rather you not hate Islam. I'd rather you not have a fear of Muslims. But as long as you're America first, it is what it is.
My head and I have to flee to the Middle East. Obviously, you're going to want to go to Israel. No, I wouldn't want to go to Israel. The idea that I would be treated well in Israel is laughable to me. What? Just so I can wear a short skirt and feel good about myself? That's the epitome of safety. It's just such a dumb question. And the thing that drives me nuts is that people like really looked at that and thought, wow, he really got her. Yeah. Did he though?
I mean, no, but Anna, the only people who think that.
Well, I mean, considering that there is less crime in Muslim countries than in America, I mean, less women are being assaulted. I mean, less rapes, all that stuff. But then again, like I say, the person can spin that around and be like, do they even count it set? Or well, women don't even have rights, so how can they count rapes? And I'm just like, you know what? I mean, you got somewhat of a point.
You're the people who also hate Muslims and have these stereotypically deeply bigoted views about Muslims. So but look, I want to address the second half of it, but living in Israel is great. Is it? No, that comes from his privileged position as a Jewish American who kisses Israel's ass 24/7. So yeah, if you're one of those people, then yeah, Israel's going to treat you like royalty. But if you're a Muslim American journalist like me, the chance that Israel will murder me if I go there is significant. They killed Shireen Abu Akleh, who was a Palestinian American journalist. They assassinated her. And our government didn't even ask for any recourse. In fact, our government.
I mean, shoot, yeah, a bunch of Israeli settlers killed an American citizen who's a Palestinian in the West Bank, and nothing's been done. They just, the IDF says to look into it and, to be continued till today.
The government stopped an FBI probe of the Israelis murdering an American citizen just because she's Muslim. And our government says we're just as racist as Bill Maher. And in the last 5 years, the Israelis have murdered 9 American citizens. 8 of them were Muslim Americans, so our government did nothing. And so, no, I would never go to Israel. And not only that, Israel's the biggest terrorist organization in the world right now. Hamas's civilian kill ratio is abominable, terrible. It's at 67%, meaning 2/3 of the people that they killed on October 7th were civilians. That's why they're terrorists. Mm-hmm. IDF's civilian kill ratio is 83%.
Yep.
Significantly,
which has been proven by Israeli sources. Yes, Israeli media proved that the IDF has reported of killing about, at the time of the reporting, they killed about 53,000 people. They said only 8,900 were Hamas, aka 83% of those people that were killed were innocent civilians, and only about 17% was Hamas.
Worse than Hamas, and of course they've killed about 60 to 70 times the number of people Hamas did. So as a raw number, they're much bigger terrorists. as a civilian kill ratio showing intent, Israel is much bigger terrorist. So no, you're not safe at all in Israel unless you're an Israeli or you're an American that kisses their ass. But they even spit on Christians when you go to Jerusalem. They said they as in all Israelis? No, we're not bigots like Bill Maher. We don't think in general. Of course, there's tons of dissent in Israel. They're human beings like everybody else. But no.
Actually, no, there is a defense for Islam. It's like, surely all Muslims don't follow their book. No, all Muslims actually, well, if they followed their book correctly, trust me, we wouldn't have these radical terrorists that actually followed the Quran correctly. A lot of people don't honestly understand what the Quran says. They take passages out of it, out of context. Actually, a lot of people take passages out the Hadith and think that it's the Quran, but it's not. And do you think that the Quran are two different books or scriptures? Like one, like the Quran is their actual word of God, and the Hadith is just, what was it? Like basically like the following or the teachings of Muhammad, which is different from the Quran. So a lot of people don't even understand that about Islam. Actually, a lot of people don't understand Islam at all. If I tell people why they hate Islam, they'll give me a passage that's out of context. I would hope, and bro, I'll be real with you, I would hope you're different, because I have not met anybody that's been able to give me a rational argument to why they hate Islam.
Oh, you will be treated like dirt if you go to Israel and you're Muslim. And if you don't agree with the fascist government of Israel.
No, the Quran does not say you can murder infidels. You might, like I said, you might be confusing that with the Hadith, where infidels were being killed in the war. Like I said, you're most likely confusing it. Like I said, I mean, bro, nobody's been able to beat me in this one. I'm be real with you, because I don't know why, but let's be real. Like the hatred of anybody is really hard to debate on. I mean, I thought we learned to turn away from hate. It's like debating why you hate blacks or something. It's like, because you're not going to win that debate.
They will turn on you in vicious ways. They just had a...
Or debating why you hate whites. Like, come on, bro. Anytime you try to debate why you hate something, it's not a, trust me, you're not on the right side. You can disagree with some things. You can disagree with a lifestyle, but if you outright hate it, you most likely don't understand it.
16-year-old American kid in one of the Israeli gulags. They did us a big favor by releasing him on Thanksgiving. The kid comes out decimated, right? He's lost 30% of his weight.
The Quran said you should control. So does the Bible. The Bible says control your women too,
etc. They're running a torture factory, a terrorism factory there. But no, Bill, we don't feel. No one feels safe with Israel. No one. All they ever do is attack their neighbors, and that's why you.
I mean, yeah, true. They actually just got done attacking Lebanon, and they're trying to get Hezbollah to disarm, but the people of Lebanon don't want Hezbollah to disarm. So that's a huge little conundrum there, but we'll see where that goes. We'll see where that goes. But you know what? Let's spend about the last 30 minutes on this Bill Maher interview. Now I actually want to see the whole thing. Let's get into it.
Moves fast. It finds top talent for you, so you're not wasting time or money. It's a very. I have everything I need.
Hi.
Hi.
So
How are
nice to
you?
meet you.
Oh, you are dressed. Good for you. I dressed up too for this.
You look good.
I do. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not going to start a big fight about it.
Bro, no, you can't. Trust me. I understand my race way more than you do. So, no, you can't.
Well,
I mean, bro, trust me. You can't get me to hate nobody because I try to understand everybody. So there's really no hatred in my heart because I search for understanding and I just don't sit there and hate and bigoted hate, because usually, like I said, when you hate something, you don't have no understanding about it.
I always say, when people say that there should be a Chiron
I'm just not
for
a
your
hateful
age.
guy,
That's what I really mean. You know, if I was 35 and I walked in and be like, oh my God, were you in a fire?
You actually look younger in person, to be honest.
Thank you. I think it's the setting.
F it, I'll
This
take it
room
on.
is very magical to me, and I feel obviously it's a very immature room.
I like it.
Yeah.
If Islam is a religion of peace, why are they burning young girls? Yeah, in where? Nigeria. Is all Muslims doing that? So is all Muslims just taking women to the cage and burning them? Of course not. So you can't even really blame that on Islam. Those are people who who say they're Muslim, who identify as Muslims, who are doing those atrocities. Now, are all 1.9 million Muslims supporting that? Actually, no. Honestly, most of them, probably 99%, most likely 99% of them are low-key looking at that in disgust, as we all are. So like I said, like, yeah, I don't understand the religion, and I don't think any of you actually talked to a Muslim before. But I mean, like I said, but you could take this time to go out there, find a Muslim to talk to, and gain some understanding.
I'm glad you do.
Yeah.
Do you have a room like this in your house?
I don't.
Something that's like weird and just where nothing, where you
I mean, bro, hatred is a choice.
put everything that didn't fit anywhere else?
I mean, no, I'm actually pretty meticulous about how I design my place. It's very feminine though, so you got to give my husband a lot of credit for handling it well.
I have pictures of my house, which is next door. I wouldn't come here. I mean, I wouldn't live here. I'd come here, but I wouldn't live here. And it was owned by a woman before. And oh my God, the difference. It just speaks to, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Remember that
Very
book?
much so. Yeah.
I mean, that is true.
All right, bro, Rampage. All right, Rampage. You can't be serious, dog. All right, now you know you tripping. A whole 100% hate you and me. Dog, I have uncles that are Muslim. I have cousins that are Muslim. That already brings your 100% down to like 99% at this point. My stepdad is Muslim. Like, bro, what are you saying? Like, come on now. You can't be that delusional.
And also not true. I think we accent that so much that we forget that.
Okay, so you have a problem with the Iraqi Muslims. That's not all Muslims, though. So you still can't even say 100% of them. You can say 100% of Iraqi Muslims probably hate me. You might have a good argument there, to be quite honest with you, but not all Muslims.
No, like, it's a lot of stuff. I certainly know that when I was younger, I would have done better with women if I wasn't just so, oh my God, they're girls and girls are sexy and great. And if I just was like, no, like, this is a human, like, there's a commonality that you're so obsessed with the excitement that you miss.
The big issue is men and women just communicate so differently, right? Like it's pretty inherent. So we want to vent. Women want to vent. We don't want to hear your solutions to our problems, right?
Vent?
To vent, yeah. So when we're like being vulnerable and opening up about something we're going through, the last thing we want to hear is unsolicited advice. We just want you to listen. But men are different. Men want to.
Right. And that is one reason I've never gotten married. I could not do that.
I mean, dog, you come from a pretty skewed perspective. I'm gonna be real with you. You've seen a bunch of Muslims that hate you because you were there and they felt like you were invading their land. And dog, I appreciate your service, but you ever try looking at the other side and what they actually thought about you instead of just thinking that you were automatically the hero? Because trust me, the hero complex only goes so far. But you don't really know what you're talking about on that aspect. It's like, just because I've never seen war don't mean I don't know Muslims. Like, I just proved that to you already with the fact that there's Muslims in my city, Muslims in my family. I mean, you're not really making too much sense. Like, you're literally trying to hate Muslims. You're trying to because of your experience with a group of Muslims in a select country. Like, that's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy.
I feel these, and by the way, not every woman feels that way. Like, if you really put it to a woman and say, if I just fix this, would you be good with that? Because, like, certainly I couldn't when I was younger, but like as I got older and more successful, it's like I've learned one important lesson in life. If you throw money at a problem, it usually goes away.
I mean,
bro, you're the one who said 100% of Muslims hate me. You got to stand by that comment. So what spectrum are you on to where you can make a comment like that, then forget about the comment? Like, that's the only reason why I'm bringing up American Muslims, because you said something as retarded as 100% of Muslims hate me. Like, bro, I'm sorry, but you sounded kind of dumb.
That's pretty true.
No, you said Muslims, and then I gave you Iraqi. I said, if you want to talk about Iraqis, okay. And then you're switching it now to Iraqi. So now you're moving the goalpost. So let's know that you really know that you're wrong.
Usually,
yeah.
Not emotional stuff, but like a lot of other stuff.
Money does solve a lot of issues. That's for sure.
If I just threw money at this problem, made it go away, would that be okay if I just fix this? Because
if you front load the "I'll pay for it, don't worry about it anymore,"
we'll
accept
but not just that. I mean, not just paying, but also manly stuff. Like, I mean, of the thing you're talking about, I feel like the classic cliche is bitching about the boss.
Mm.
And I feel like if I could say to a woman, listen, you bitch about this every night. I'm just going to hire someone to kill him.
Ooh, I like that.
See, exactly. I'm just going to fix this. And then I don't have to listen to you talk about it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to fix it. It can be done. I mean, I know good people, reliable people, people who are not going to get carried away, and just handle it.
Yeah.
But
what about you? Do you ever feel like you just want to like rage about something to someone? You don't want any solutions. You don't want any advice. You
yes,
just
I
wanna...
call that my audience.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't want to rage. I feel like I'm the anti-rager, even though I am very critical, obviously, of both sides, and love my job and doing that. But rage, I'm trying to get the rage down and the mental part down. And I mean, it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
My message last week on our last show this season, and every Thanksgiving really for the last 5 years, has been I'm in the talk to them wing of the Democratic Party. I'm not in the cut your people off.
Right.
Don't cut them off. And I have friends who are not on that side of it and didn't like what I said. And
have they cut you off?
Well, that's it's such an interesting issue. One relationship that's in the balance. I mean, it was.
Then that's not a real friend. Like.
Well, I mean, we weren't close. I mean, I'm talking like it was Jimmy Kimmel. I mean, I said it publicly, and I like Jimmy a lot. And his wife wrote that thing that said, she did lose family members. She wrote them before the election and said, here's 10 reasons why you just can't vote for Trump. And then some of them, just didn't follow that. And I was as kid gloves as I could. And I see they're mad at me. And I'm sorry. I mean, I was being, again, as respectful as I could, but I don't agree with that point of view. And since she went public with it, it wasn't out of school for me to go public with it. I love Jimmy. I always have. I don't know him that well, but he's a great guy. And we have a connection. Like, we were both fired by ABC and he took I had that time slot. So like, it's so interesting. The same ABC, I mean, Disney executive, Candace, both. It's interesting, the connections. And so I hope we're friends forever, but I don't know, the liberals and the woke, that's a schism. It just is.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that the time of my life where I was the most miserable was probably 2015 through 2019.
Before the pandemic.
It was before the pandemic. I mean,
wow.
The pandemic was
better for you. Things
was
got
a little
better.
I mean, look, actually, I hate to admit it, but things did get better for me during the pandemic. I was
Really?
like, oh, I get to work from home. Like, I'm exhausted. I'm burnt out.
And it didn't put pressure on the marriage, because lots of
lots
of people said that. People broke up because it's like, oh, I got to look at your ass all day. That I didn't bargain for that.
That wasn't at all an issue with us.
Revelations from bro. Did you read the Bible? Well, of course you did, but did you actually read the Quran at the end? Bro, they're waiting on Jesus just like you. Like, you didn't know that? Like, just like you, they waiting on Jesus to come back and fight the Antichrist. Just like you. What? So basically, if I was to hop on the side of Muslims, I'll be on y'all side as well. Which is hilarious. What you say when Revelation comes, whose side will you be on? Well, if you actually read the Quran towards the end, they actually said that Jesus is going to come back too. But y'all said y'all read it though. But y'all don't know that?
Did kind of start to be. So my husband was a bartender when the pandemic hit. And so he obviously got laid off right away, which I was, understanding about. I think what started to kind of get in between us, although not to the point where it became a problem, was where I felt like I was working all the time, even though I was working from home. And he was a bartender, so like he doesn't really have any other options other than making a career change.
Of course.
So finally got to a point where I was like, you need to make a career change. And I'm glad I did that, even though it was difficult for me to do, because like being the nagging wife is not my thing.
Right.
But he
Where does that cell tell you to kill infidels in the Quran? Where? Of course, you don't know where. You just been told on Twitter. You read a Twitter thread about Muslims, and now you think you know about Islam because you read passages in a X post. No, I'm sorry, but you don't know that. Actually, it doesn't tell them to kill infidels. But I mean, like I said, if you can tell me where in the Quran it says that, I'll be happy to, prove you wrong. Hey, shout out to my man, Guest Dude.
Was understanding about it, and he then pursued what I think he was always meant to do, which is he's the head baseball coach at a school, and he was a professional baseball player prior to that. When his baseball career ended, that was when he came out to LA and started kind of like working at restaurants and stuff to figure out, what do I want to do next? And then he got comfortable. I think that happens to a lot of people. So COVID was like a bit of a crisis that we took as an opportunity to move forward in life in certain ways, if that makes any sense.
This sounds like the kind of thing. I never got married, but I've never been a person.
Oh, I do ask Muslims. Yeah, I ask them all the time. And yeah, they say y'all are tripping and y'all take everything out of context, and because you never read the Quran. They chant death to America. What about that? All of them? All Muslims chant death to America, or just the one in Iran in the 70s? All right, then. I mean, you can't say all of them.
Person, I think people have this misconception that I'm anti-marriage. I'm only anti-marriage for me. I get it, because I see so many of my friends who are married, and of course, most marriages do fall apart in some way, but I also know plenty of people who've had great ones and would be really lost without their spouse. And like some people, their nature is to be in a partnership.
True.
It's it's a seesaw thing. That's not me.
Yeah.
I'm a lone wolf. Always have been.
If you know yourself and that's what you like, then go for it. I mean, it's all like life is so
I'm
short.
very social, but ultimately I'm a lone wolf. But this sounds to me like what a marriage should be like. Not nagging, but when you need that person to, you're on this teeter-totter together to get things even and balanced. They're there to do that.
Totally.
And that's great. I mean, if you're of that personality, I think most people are. Most people are always looking for, complete me, and some of that is cliche, but some of it is kind of true. I've seen people who were incomplete.
I didn't realize I was incomplete until I met him. And there are qualities of his that I think I've adapted for the better. So for instance, he's just such a kind-hearted person.
Yeah, gaming. Yeah, they believe he was a Messiah, though. They do believe he was also a prophet and Messiah, and that he will come back. And it's written in their Quran. So yeah, you gotta go to their Quran about what their teachings are. And just like how people don't follow the Bible 100% through, you think people are following the Quran 100% through. I guess that is the faulty of religion, though. But yeah, every Muslim, both here and in the States, says that Jesus isn't the way. Yeah, they don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God. That's it. Like, they say that yes, he was born of immaculate conception and all that good stuff, but they don't believe he's the Son of God. That's it. But they do believe he's going to come back at the end of the world and come and fight the Antichrist. So yeah, I mean, if y'all disagreement is about if he's the Son of God or not, and y'all want to get hung up on that, I mean, that's on y'all. But when y'all both saying the same thing and the world's going to end in the same way, I really wonder where the beef is. It's absolutely ridiculous. To me, though, you got to understand, I ain't the most religious person, but when I look over this religious history and religious text, it just seems a bit goofy that people want to sit there and get mad about, oh, well, you don't think he's the Son of God, so they're the false religion. And I'm just like really, is it that serious? They literally believe the same ending as you, but you want to get hung up on that? I mean, all right, then, I guess. I mean, like I said, to each their own.
Who sees the good in everyone. And so when I talk about the period of my life when I was the most miserable, I wasn't able to see the good in everyone, right? And so I was very much in the mindset of who you vote for demonstrates what your values are. And if I have determined that the person you
No, you're
voted
right.
for,
No, you're right. That is the entire basis of Christianity. And I get that. But the problem is, though, that's it. That is it. Is that Jesus is the Son of God and he is God and all that other good stuff. And the Muslims just disagree with y'all on that. They believe that, yes, he was a holy figure. Yes, he had wise saying, he had miracles. They believe in the whole thing, but the Son of God part. They believe in the miracles, all that. Immaculate conception, all that. Just not the Son of God part. That's it. That's it.
or is a bad actor or immoral, that means you're bad and you're immoral. And it is a terrible place to be where you think half the country
That
is awful.
Exactly what my theme was Friday, and you know, so I was disappointed that you know, I said about the thing again, trying to be respectful.
I mean, ma'am, you have yet to lay out any Quran verses, and all you can do is bring up a small group of Muslims to try to demonize an entire 1.9 billion group. Like, do you hear yourself? Okay, then.
She had said, I sent my relatives a letter with 10 reasons you should not vote for Trump. And I, first of all, said, 10, I could think of 100.
That's true.
But like, to me, a better exercise, and as is someone who votes Democratic, a better exercise would be write a letter to yourself, 10 reasons why you might imagine those 77 million Americans could not vote. But I want to get back to this husband thing just for a second, because I'm very interested in this. It's just endlessly fascinating to me, like how different people do it, you know, and how they make it work.
When we do it real well, I'll tell you that.
Well, please, this is a family. Oh no, it's not. It's Club Random. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm drinking and taking.
I mean, is every Muslim in Dearborn in Michigan chanting death to America? You don't think there's people who disagree with that? Of course there are. But like I said, though, you guys are too blinded by your hatred of Muslims to see any difference in them, which is really insane, by the way, because it's like, I mean, no, what? Never mind. Let me not take it too far. I'm not going to assume that of your character. But it is a bit wild that people actually think like this still. And then like to say that they're, well, not racist.
Drugs and swearing. It's not a kid show at all. And kids, by the way, it would not be the worst message, kids. If you're going to fuck, do it well.
Do it well.
Do it well. Remember the song?
Give it your all.
Doing it
well.
You do remember that?
Of course I do.
That is the single.
I mean, look, Patriot, just because you never read the Quran, that ain't on me. Look, bro, just because you never even looked up Revelations in the Quran and how it ends, that's not on me, bro. That's on you. I would ask you to actually study the religion that you hate so much.
Single best sex song ever.
It is pretty sexy. Yes. It's actually, man, they don't make music like that anymore.
They don't make that one anymore. They certainly don't.
Yep.
And it always, like, it was so sexy. And then when he got to the part when he says, I was raised out in Queens, she was from Brooklyn, or it was made the other way. I was like,
yep.
What is that? It's so sexy. And then we have to talk about what borough we're from. It just always cracked me up.
I know. Yeah, it's like the beat of that song.
Record.
Yeah, the woman who's like singing in a sultry way and moaning at the same time.
Yes.
So sexy.
And the lyrics. I mean, they're dirty without being like. He's got some that are like, trust me, would not win the now Man of the Year honors.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah.
But this one doesn't tip over into that.
Right.
But see, your dynamic sounds to me like Lifeguard.
Oh, tell me more. What do you mean?
Lifeguard, the movie?
I didn't see that.
Of course you didn't. It was from 1976, and I saw it when I was 20. Why you would have seen it, there's no reason. But there's a movie, and I did like it when I was 20. Sam Elliott, you know who that is, the actor?
No.
No, Sam Elliott?
I'm not great with movies and pop culture, which is hilarious because I started my career as an entertainment
Sam
reporter.
Elliott, you would recognize him. He's now on Landman. He plays Billy Bob Thornton's dad. He looks like he's a million years old. But in 1976, he was young and hot, and he played like
brother. The only reason why we're Christian in America is because of slavery, and it was taught to us during slavery. So, I mean, Christians ain't do us any better. That's kind of funny when y'all like to bring that up. I'm just like, dog, you acting like Christians did us any better. I mean, really, all religions kind of fucked us all up. So, I mean, trust me, that's not really a good argument. Like, I wish it was, but it's not.
Lifeguard. And the lifeguard was this guy. He's a lifeguard. And he's 33. And he goes to his 15-year high school reunion and he meets up with Ann Archer, Scientologist. We'll leave that out of it. Hottie of her day. And, kind of reconnects. But
then you feel a superiority towards them since you pity them for their beliefs. That's kind of like a superiority thing right there. It's kind of like a snarky way of saying you just feel superior to them, dog. Like, let's be real.
Doesn't want him to be a lifeguard, which is kind of like bartender, but he's good at it. And he saved lives.
He was good at bar. He made a mean martini. I will say that.
And sometimes you do kind of save lives. I mean, you do talk to people, and I mean, it's
totally.
It's a great job. But she wants him to like grow up because, 30, if we're going to be together.
But here's the thing, though. All religions practice slavery. That's the hilarious part. What, y'all want to act like Christians ain't have slaves? Is that really what we doing? Like, come on now. Come on. No, don't do that.
So he's got to decide, well, the chick wants me to be a Porsche dealer, put on a tie and like be with the man. But I like being out in the sun and just, so all I could say is he went back to the lifeguard.
Now, Kozum, I would have to challenge you on that one. You don't really know you don't really know if that's true. Like, let's be honest. Or you'd be able to give a proper percentage on, like, Seth. There's this study from this area right here that says 60% of Muslims in a poll said that they want to do this. All of you guys are assuming that they want to hurt you, that many of them want to hurt you. These are all assumptions, and none of this can be proven. You can say, oh, it's in their book, but you can't point it out in their book. And if you try to, I'm just going to give you the full context of it. So I really wonder, like, where does this honestly come from? Like, it's absolutely like this. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't get it. And it's not because I don't get the Muslim religion. Trust me, I get it more than most of you guys do. It's just, I just don't get where you guys are being led to think that they honestly want you guys dead. Like, all of them want you dead. Most of them want you dead. You mean most of them in America, around the world? Like, where are we going with this? And how do you know this? What poll did we gather from this?
Thing, but you could be the Porsche dealer.
I mean, shoot, right now we're complaining about a small group of Muslims and making them out to be the entire 1.9 billion. And we all understand how that's not fair. And I mean, even if we try to shrink it down to all the Muslims in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, to the 80K of them, a small group of them were committing to fraud. So we're just going to throw all the Somalians under the bus? I'm just saying, just don't make sense. We're just being consistent here. If we're being consistent on how, we don't take one black person and say that, oh, just because that one girl in the bus got stabbed on the neck, all black people can't wait to sit behind a white girl to stab her in the neck. We don't say that. Y'all don't say that, oh, all black men want to go out there and just kill all white girls. Y'all ain't saying that, but it happened, though. And it's happened quite a couple of times. So I'm just wondering where this is coming from.
And that's fine, too.
Yeah. I mean, look, for me, like, what I get out of my marriage is it's emotional, right? It's more than just, oh, what does he do for a living? And you got to get along with the person. You have to look forward to seeing them at the end of the day, right? And he's my best, at the end of the day, he's my best friend, and when I'm at my lowest, he's the only person that can kind of like lift me back up, he just gets me. And more importantly, I need a guy who is not, I don't know, sensitive to the idea that his wife is successful in her career, right? Like, there are
and
a
you're
lot.
Very successful now.
I'm okay. I'm doing well.
Oh, you're doing very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're at Club Random.
That's true.
No, you're everybody. Everybody wants you as you're a podcast.
But like gaming, see, and it's a good point. But the rebuttal to that point is, are all 50 of those Muslim countries stabilized? No. Who destabilized a good amount of these Muslim countries? Well, we did. Not all 50 of them, probably maybe like 10 of them. But let's be quiet and let's be real, though. We're trying to tell them to go to places that already got overpopulation, that's already got their own problems going on in their own country. So, and let's not forget, due to our interference in these countries is the whole reason why they're over here. Whole reason why they're over here is because of our interference. Some of these families can't go back because of our interference in their country. So you also got to play that into perspective as well, instead of just saying, why wouldn't just go back to the 50 Muslim countries? I mean, who's to say one of these Muslim countries won't extradite them to Afghanistan or something? Like, who's to say there isn't that danger as well? And I'm just putting that out there.
Star.
Thank you.
That's a good thing to be in this day and age. I mean, I'm in podcasting, but also obviously television. And
Right.
like, is there even going to be television in 3 years? I mean,
not in the way that we traditionally think of it, right? And I think that's a good thing. I think.
Yeah, but is Singapore a big bro? But what, are they all just gonna crash into Singapore though? Is Singapore really that big? Like, come on now. What are we saying? Like, come on.
It's a right.
well,
I mean, I
it
know.
did buy this house. I mean,
Well,
I
and
don't know if it's a good thing.
You made a smart move. I mean, I think you saw the writing on the wall, and it's better to have,
No, look, we're both what they call content.
Mm-hmm.
Well, damn. All right. Well, that's an interesting debate. I might all right, man. We might just need to have this debate then. F it.
Let the other people figure out where the content goes. It's not my job. Okay. The content, I mean, where it goes. I'm the content. The other people will figure it out. There'll be a market for the content. That I know. So you can put it on streaming, you can put it in your pants, you could put it in the theater, you could whatever you're going to do.
Yeah.
You could do directly into their brain. AI could just tell you what I'm thinking. I don't know what the fuck it is going to be, but I don't think AIs can do exactly what we do.
I don't either. I mean, I am worried about AI when it comes to large swaths of the American population, because their jobs will be replaced with AI.
It seems like we're sailing toward this iceberg.
Totally.
And everyone is sort of pretending that's not what's going to happen, even though there are people in the industry itself who are saying, no, this is, it can do 30 to 40% of the coding jobs right now. So like,
I mean, already so many coders are losing their jobs in Silicon Valley, which is like the most ironic thing in the world.
So ironic.
Right? Like, the first to go are the workers who.
What's ironic about it is that, like, when people were losing their jobs due to the tech field growing, they would tell you, oh, learn to code. Now you learn to code, they got AI to replace you. It's kind of like ironic.
Helped kind of foster this new technology.
And also the kind of pretenders of.
All right, guys, I went ahead and posted that call-in link for mainly the members and the supporters. So if you donated at least $1 to the stream or more, or you are a member, please feel free to use that call-in link, and I'll be happy to have you up here. So Guest Dude Gaming, man, hopefully y'all available.
The left who are like, care about the people, the marginalized people, as we should. But then it was like, but I can say that because like my jobs are safe. It's not going to come from my job. I'm like, I went to college. Okay, I have a degree, and I mean,
Yep.
And
That's such a great point.
Oh shit, it's my job too.
Right. I mean, that's known as the professional managerial class, right? And
Correct.
so, yeah.
Yes.
And so they have, thought that they've been safe. But meanwhile, in the background, you have new technology being developed that's going to make their positions totally antiquated, irrelevant, unnecessary, which, middle management, my heart doesn't necessarily break for them, but my heart does break for the country, right? Overall, because I think if we don't find solutions to this,
middle management is not.
Yeah, I don't think
doesn't
people are
pull.
shedding tears for middle management.
No
offense to the middle managers
but that
I deal
term
with.
does not pull on the heartstrings.
Right, exactly.
Like Ukrainian orphan or,
Right.
middle. Yeah, you're right.
Or, a truck driver. Like, I worry about the drivers. Like, they're going to be out of a job soon. So what's the plan? And that's the thing that worries me, because I look at the political landscape, and I think you and I, the one area where I think we have a lot of agreement is where we are willing to be critical of the.
Oh yeah, guys, the call-in link is posted. You can either go to the horizontal live and you'll find it in there, or you can go to my main page on the post tab and you'll see it's also been posted there as well. All right, guys.
Democratic Party. I'm obviously also critical of the
About
Republican
5
Party.
minutes to roll on it.
Neither party seems competent the moment that we're in.
No.
And that's terrifying.
I agree.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying.
Right. It reminds me of the, I'm sure you watch the World Series every inning.
Oh, definitely,
But there
yeah.
was one 18-inning game, which is very long.
That was the Dodgers and
Yes, the
yeah.
Dodgers and the Blue Jays.
Right.
And that's twice as long. It's 9 extra innings, a whole nother game. And it's like nobody scored in those extra innings.
Mhm.
It was like, wow, this is there for the taking for one of you teams to win this game, which was the series to you, and nobody could do it. And I was like, that is exactly what the Republicans and the Democrats. I mean, the Republicans, when they came into office, they so had the wind at their back. All they had to do was not get drunk with power.
Yeah.
And fuck it up. And of course, that's exactly. And I don't think his instincts about fixing this and this and this and this are wrong always. There is lots of shit that needs fixing, and some he's fixed great, in my view, like did better in the Middle East than anybody had done. Got NATO to pay for shit. Colleges out of control, yes. But of course, almost everything.
And yo, gaming, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Man, it's all good, bro, man.
I'm gonna try to talk quickly and quietly. I don't feel like shouting over people because they just yanked a tooth out my face.
Oof, I got you.
Yeah, so I don't wanna enter into no shouting match over nobody, or have to be like, hold up.
All right, yeah, got you. All right, man, go ahead and cook.
All right, so when you asked for sources, I went on ahead and obliged that because when somebody asks, I like to deliver. The peaceful Muslim countries are Singapore, Turkey, allegedly Pakistan, but you and I both know that's wrong. We both know that's wrong.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying allegedly Pakistan. But the peaceful Muslim countries are, excluding Pakistan, are Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, Lebanon, also allegedly, Iran, and there's like one other one. It's slipping. UAE. Those are considered peaceful relative to their area. U.S. intervention. And Qatar.
Of course.
So relative to where they are, even with U.S. selling them weapons and everything, these are considered to be the most peaceful countries out there. So when we're talking about things such as peaceful and not really doing anything or harming anybody, yeah, we have at least like 10 peaceful countries. I forgot the other two. Again, druggy. So forgive me on that one.
Gotcha.
So when I said, okay, they have like, there's 50 other Muslim countries. Okay, we can even see some ground. Well, we messed up like at least 10 of them. There are 10 other peaceful countries, and then there are 10 other countries where, yeah, they do got some problems going on. There's 20 other countries that, yeah, they do got some problems going on, but they can still go there. So my question is, why are they propagating all across Europe and all across the United States if that's the case? Because, and guess to respond to his point, he even said like, well, there's a bunch of Indians and Hindus that come to this nation and we don't complain about that. I'm going to correct the record and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm on record. We can go back through the live saying that H-1Bs and H-2B visa Indians need to go.
Yep. No, that is true. You have said that.
Like, they need to go. I have said that from here to cows come home. Because realistically, I don't want nobody else in this country for right now because we can't even take care of our own. That's neither here nor there. There are at least 10 peaceful Muslim countries, 20 to 30 neutral, and then 20, I'm going to go ahead and just play into your point more because they swing back and forth to neutral to bad. There are about 10 neutral bad Muslim countries with 10 more that are actually bad. So all in all, they have about 40 different options for countries in their area where they have ground where they can actually be Muslims in peace and be left alone. And then you look at places like, what's happening in Nigeria. they're killing Christians by literally the hundreds of thousands. And this is a slaughter that is been so great that even the president of the United States and a few other countries have had to say something about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's Lebanon used to be mostly Christian, and now it's almost dominated by Muslims. So did Jordan. Kuwait is considered a peaceful Muslim country, but they don't like taking other Muslims. Now, if we want to get into the specifics of why Muslims don't want to go back there, from what I gathered from my time over in the Middle East, to keep it short and simple, they think that the Muslims that are more toward the West, so think Iraq. I know, Iraq, saying that is crazy. Iraq, not Iran. What's the other one? Probably thinking of the city. It's like three eyes: Iraq, Iran, and then there's like another one.
Right.
Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, UAE, Qatar, and Oman. Oman's the other peaceful one.
Okay.
These countries are considered, on top of Turkey, they're considered weak and too far westernized, which is part of the reason why that war is happening over there. Some of it is U.S. involvement, but prior to us getting involved because of the oil in the early 80s to like current day, they were already kind of irritated with each other, because you had people like the current reigning sultans of these countries. So think Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, for example. I'm going to speak on what I know. They are a target for Iran, particularly because they have more Western and liberal ideologies versus the hardcore stick to the Quran type mentality. And it's part of the reason why they have those civil wars over there. And this is prior to U.S. getting involved. Now, the U.S. getting involved definitely did not help whatsoever. I'm going to go ahead and be on record saying that, so nobody can ever be like, oh, you're being biased. No, the U.S. getting involved did not help the Middle East at all. They were already having issues. If you look at a map from where Islam started all the way up until right before the Crusades, the Muslim world expanded across 50 countries. And at one point, they did used to be in Italy. Then you also have factors like honor killings and stuff like that, which I know you're just rock hard about that. So let's.
I mean, shout out to the honor killings.
No, no.
But
then
go ahead.
You have European nations that have let in some of these refugees really are bad, and I can say that. And then you have other people who immigrate to these countries the legal way. They do things clean and above board, but their way of life, the belief in Islam and everything, is then after that pushed onto people. For example, in the UK, you have like I forgot what individual news organization. It wasn't the BBC, I know that, but it was like their version of like Fox 2 or CNN. In the UK, they were talking to this Muslim dude, and they were talking about how they do these nightly morality patrols or whatever to see who's all covered up and who isn't, and then they'll say something to them. In Dearborn, Michigan, you have instances of
the Haram police.
Yeah, you have multiple people coming out and saying, yes, I was spit on, or yes, I was attacked. You have the police department being like, nah, we can't go over there because it's too dangerous. In Texas, they actually have like an entire suburb set up to where they can, where it's basically Muslims only. They have their own grocery stores. They have.
Oh no, I seen the project plan. Yeah, I seen the project.
No, it's a thing. It's already a thing. The project plan got pushed out late, but it's already a thing in Texas. with New York.
But that's the
right
tricky part. No, but that's the tricky part about this, though, because the whole freedom of religion is what kind of screws us in the end. And I did look into the whole history of the whole freedom of religion when it came to the founding fathers, and it seemed like our man Thomas Jefferson was pretty like out there when he said, "Yo, yeah, even for the Mojabes, this is like they should be allowed to practice their religion here." So we are upset about this whole. It's like are we upset about their freedom of religion?
No, it's not
Okay.
that. What it is, and this is just from the sin. And then hold up, to tie into my other point, you even have countries like Japan. Now, Japan usually stays off to themselves. All right.
True.
But even countries like Japan and South Korea, and even North Korea and China, they want no parts of the Muslim, even Taiwan. If there was
bro, they
one
don't want no
thing-
parts of anybody though. Like they don't even like the Christians in China.
They don't, but they'll tolerate them. Or there's an underground network, and they treat both places, they treat both religions equally horrible. And I'm never going to condone how they treat the Christians and the Muslims at all. I'm never going to condone that. It's unnecessary. You can disagree with something, but never to the extent that China does it. And I'm standing on that for pretty much any religion whatsoever. No human deserves to be treated the way the Muslims and the Christians are treated in China. That being said, even if we remove China out of it, you still got countries like Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan who, if there was anything that would bring East Asia together, even if we included China, it would be they don't want Muslims over there.
I don't come on. I think that's almost all religion they don't want because religion takes away from their power of being these political figures. Like think about it, like North Korea, South Korea, these guys aren't like religious people, and they don't see religion the same way we do.
I mean, the current climate in Japan and South Korea, to be particular, if I said North Korea, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Yeah, that dude thinks he's he's God, and he's
literally about to say he thinks he's God.
But there is a not religious, but a Christian foothold. You have missionaries that go to Japan, and it wasn't like that for a really long time, but now it is, and they're starting to come around to the idea. The entire Japanese government, left and right, and a little centrist, they don't want that stuff over there at all. And
bro,
so
they don't even want us over there. Bro, come on now. The Asians, they don't want immigration, period. Like, bro,
we get into more. Okay, so
you can't say they're just being like a bit like they're just focusing on mainly Muslims. Because let's be real, they say everybody they don't want in here. You could be a visitor, but staying here, being a citizen of Japan and being a citizen of China, that's not happening.
No. What I'm saying, being a citizen of China, it actually is a thing, believe it or not. So Japan and China in particular, and I'm zeroing in on those two because they're rivals.
Like, no, think about this. Like, there was a whole bunch of Ukrainian refugees. Japan ain't take any of them in. China ain't take any of them in, and those are Christians.
Not necessarily. They didn't take any of them in because they don't serve their interests. Japan and China, they take particularly American business and American immigration and long-term living over there, like becoming a citizen, because it's a power thing. It's about who can have what dominance. There's like an actual rule, like if you ever live in China for any duration of time, you can never join the U.S. military. There's a whole plan in place for that type of thing. So, and they only target specifically U.S. military personnel. Now, for Japan, they don't really care about Americans in particular coming over so long as they don't cause issues. And that's been Japan's thing since we've had bases over there. Because at first they didn't want Americans over there. They didn't want nobody over there. But after the bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima and in the reconstruction of their constitution, they changed some things around. So now it goes from being, we don't want anybody over here, to, okay, I guess U.S. citizens can come over here and visit, to, okay, you guys can come over here and live, provided you don't cause problems.
All right. But like I said, though, I don't know. When it comes to Asian countries, they don't really accept anybody. I don't think they're really holding out. They're really holding out on Muslims too much. But
They are. Japan actually, there was like a handful of Muslims that were in Japan and they got deported with a quickness.
well,
It was
maybe we should look up why. It probably wasn't because they were Muslims. Probably because they were doing something illegal.
no, it was exclusively because it was Muslim.
I gotta look that. I don't believe that one, bro. That's a hard one to
Yes.
believe because that would be like national news and basically open bigotry. So
Well, here,
it would
well,
make
here's the.
national news. I'll be quite honest
I
with
mean,
Japan. I'm pretty
I
sure if you
mean,
look into that, there's gonna be more to
I
it.
mean, I mean, yeah, there's probably more to it. They probably fluffed it up with a bunch of stuff, but the basis of like when you actually peel away the fluff and the BS, it's because they're Muslims. And the only reason why
I
I'm
don't.
saying Japan
All
and
right,
the
go ahead.
reason why it may be hard for you to believe that is because the Japanese they're openly any person who's been to Japan will tell you the Japanese are pretty much openly racist. Okay, that
Yeah,
there's
okay. Now
no
we know they're openly racist, but I don't know. Look, bro, I'm gonna have to look into that claim because I don't think I don't
they
think that
don't
one
want
is real. Because
they don't want it there.
Japan has no laws for it though. They don't have no laws banning
Oh
Muslims.
yeah, they do. They do.
And
The prime minister actually said out of her own mouth that she didn't want a lot of their whole parliament said that they don't want Muslims there because
yeah,
they
but
looked
that
at
would go
what
against their
happened.
constitution.
No, no, it
It would
doesn't.
because their constitution
Because
guarantees freedom of religion to everyone, not single out Islam or Muslims. That's like
no,
literally
no,
antithetical to their constitution.
they don't practice it then because Muslims were the only one that were singled out. They said they actually made it apparent that they didn't want them there because they see what's happening in the United States. They seen what happened everywhere they went, and they said they don't want them there.
Bruh, I don't know, dog. You're gonna have to back that one up with some facts because if I look this up, I'm looking into it and I'm already seeing that, bro. Like, that's not even going along with their constitution. They are saying that Muslims, like, let's see here. Now they can face, discrimination and all that, but there has never been no Muslims just kicked out because they're Muslim. But they too, Japan actually has a growing Muslim minority, roughly a couple 100,000 people, and the number of mosques has been increasing from a few dozen in the 2000s to well over 100 today. So they even got mosque over there.
So, okay, all right, all right. I'll see that point. That plays in my other point. Why are you going to all these other Muslim countries, to these non-Muslim countries, who very obviously their constitution may say it, but their culture is like, nah, we don't want you over here. Like I said, I gave you a list of 10 peaceful Muslim countries they could go to, on top of 20 that are neutral, that are about the same climate as the U.S. right now, and about 20 that are considered non-safe. They have 30 different options to go, yet they come to these different Western countries.
I think they're looking for the complete freedom of religion that, well, according to Japan's constitution, it provides, and according to our constitution, we provide, and according to the constitution of UK, they provide as well, I believe. Maybe not freedom of speech, but I do believe they do give freedom of religion under their constitution. So they're going to anywhere that allows a freedom of religion because remember, there's different sets of Islam. So what the type of Islam they practice in, like, well, I would say Iran or Jordan or Bahrain may be different from the Islam that they practice, and they might not fit in with that group of Muslims in that country. So
I'm
they
about
go
to say,
to a freedom of religion country because they can practice Muslim, however, practice their version of Islam however they want with no persecution.
Well, the type of, like I said, I was deployed to Bahrain. I've been to Saudi Arabia and UAE. They actually have freedom of religion, to an extent. I will say that, as long as you don't become like super radicalized and start talking about blowing stuff up, they don't really care.
Okay, so you're saying that? Oh wait, you're saying that they don't care?
Yeah, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia and UAE, because that's where I was deployed to. They don't really have like an issue with the religion practice. They care about like what it does to their country, because you also got to remember they're a monarchy.
Now, okay, shout out to Tove, though. She said, yeah, we just had an issue with the Johnny Somali guy causing problems in Japan. Now he's in trouble in SK. And in South Korea, yeah, I don't know what was up with that kid. Literally going around disrespecting Japanese people. And, I mean, they went out there and whooped his ass, rightfully so. So, I get what you're saying by that one. If you want to say that Johnny Somali is one, I mean, now he actually deserved to get kicked out. It wasn't because he was Muslim, just because he's an ass.
Yeah, they locked him up though.
Rightfully so. I'm like, sure, damn near wish we did that in America to people like that.
Yeah, but our justice system prides more on releasing criminals than it does putting them away.
That's the truth. But all right, though, I see your point on that one. I see what you're saying on that. But all right, then, shoot. I guess we can get right back into the video. Whoa. Oh. Okay, now I'm going over time. All right, I'm going to have to go ahead and end it on this one. But all right, bro. Again, I'm glad to have you up here, bro. You know, I love having you up here. So,
all right. Glad to be up there.
Shoot, dog. Make sure to download some of the clips that I got you featured in and all that good stuff. You know, you have some stuff for your content.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh God, you should see your avatar on there. I like made like a little anime version for anyone that you were featured in. So you should see it on there. All right,
okay.
Perfect.
All right.
All right, big dog. All right, man. So like I said, shout out my man Gaming. Make sure to follow him. He's about to start posting videos. Like what he's saying on here, you love what he's saying on his channel. All right. Man, I'm gonna go ahead and end out with a funny clip. And I appreciate you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. This is Set with Set Media, guys, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace. And speaking of anime, enjoy this.
If your balls are big enough to challenge me, then bring it on, ping pong.
If you insist, ancient Shaolin style, first form, 10,000 pounds. You'll not discipline.
You son of a... You'll pay for messing up my perfect 10.
Ancient Shaolin style second form. I'm afraid your global standing is receding faster than your hairline.
Hey, nobody talks about my hair. Nobody!
So he has finally decided to release his Ultra Ego.
Super sanction.
In that case, I will use Great Wall of China.
His attacks are formidable, but I carry the weight of a culture 5,000 years old. A culture that has endured far worse than him.
Prepare yourself, ancient Shaolin style. Sixth form.
Nanny?
Mandate of heaven. Global domain. Expansion.
How is this possible?
It is inevitable. We now lead the world in energy, manufacturing, technology, and there is nothing you can do about it.
No. America is the greatest. I am the greatest. So this must all be fake news.
Are you seeing this, guys? How'd he even do that?
You can resist, but the dragon always captures its prey. Ancient Shaolin style 9-4. Rising Dragon Fist.
All America.